there's more to it. There's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like LeBron, yeah, the NBA helps grow him, but LeBron, he helped grow himself. Michael Jordan, Nike, they helped grow themselves.
Sure.
Along with the league.
Sure, but the league took advantage of it. Like David Stern might not admit it, but David Stern took advantage of it.
He took advantage of it.
I got me.
LeBron's a little different. But
yeah.
like,
so
Mike
you
Trout isn't on. You
right.
Can't find him
he doesn't have a personality like that. So to a certain degree, like, yes, you have to have like a personality. If you're the best player in the league and you don't have a personality, like it's a problem. Like I work like that's tough though. Well, I guess the NFL is different because the NFL doesn't market stars. The NFL doesn't market players. Welcome to the show, by the way, already well in progress here. The NFL doesn't market stars.
Right.
The NFL markets the NFL.
Right.
So with basketball, you market players, you market stars. And I'm trying to think who best player who gets the least amount of attention. Probably the guy who doesn't have a personality.
Right.
Kawhi.
And this is true too. Now, even Kawhi, I don't know what it's spawned all this, but now he's doing rap songs. He's in a New Balance.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
He got a song coming out with Jesse, isn't it? NBA Youngboy.
Is it 2 minutes and 10 seconds?
Where he puts people on, you know?
Yeah. Like doing the DJ Khaled album.
Kawhi Leonard. Yo, look who's here for the full show today. Let's go, Black Bottles.
Black Bottles in the building. The re-up.
Yeah, the re-up in here. I'm ready to get it. I can't, your boy, I can't lie. I got some things I'm gonna try out today. I got some things I'm gonna try out today with the Soda Stream and the McQueen and the Violet Fog. Woo! Yes, indeed. 4:00. Look at, I see everybody hyped for the game tonight. That's what's up.
Big game.
Hey, where you been all week, Poker Pro?
Poker Pro, what's up, man? You just laying low? What's good?
What the problem is? Hey, Donnie, man, thanks for that. Like, I don't know what that was for, man, but Donnie sent me a little something, man. Appreciate that.
Donnie, okay. Donnie, I
you go first. I'll go second.
Sounds good. Sent that donation, man. I hope everything went through. Everything's good with it, man. Helped out with something his wife is doing. So
yeah. Stacy's involved with that too.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up.
Yeah, she's on the board of that food literacy thing. That's good stuff, man. That's great stuff. I'm just here for the Super. Okay, well, we're happy you're here, Poker Pro. We're happy that you're here, baby. Oh yeah, Manny know what he got. Manny came by and got him a little bottle of Valon today. Welcome into the biggest day in the history of Sacramento sports.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We need it. Okay.
No. I might have been exaggerating just a little bit.
Well, this century. Well, this decade.
Probably both. Both.
The last decade and a half.
Decade and some change. Oh, centuries, 2000.
We actually went through a whole decade.
We did.
Happen.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Been through 2 decades. Well, no, we've started the second decade.
Right.
2010s,
2006. We, in the 2000s, we were in there. Literally all the 2010s. We're in 2021 now. Nothing good happened.
Deuce and Mo posted their pictures from 2006. Like, what were you doing in 2006?
In 2006, I was in.
Mo was homecoming queen, and Deuce was going to the prom or something. Oh, obviously, she posted a picture of like the homecoming court, and I'm sure she was the queen. And then Deuce was, he's with his boys getting ready to go to prom. What was Kenny Caraway doing in 2006?
I was getting buckets at Cal State East Bank.
Let's go.
Getting buckets on a nightly basis, staying off a harder, was it Boulevard or Drive? Can't remember. Harder Street, maybe. Anyway, in the apartment watching Kings versus Spurs on NBA TV. That's where I was in 2006, May of 2006.
Literally no one asked him. Jesse was in the 4th grade. Jesse, our producer, was in the 4th grade the last time the Kings. I had to check. I started to wonder, that picture I posted at D-Lo and KC last night,
fire, by the way.
But that is not fire, dude. That
is fire.
Fat face
Motorola 2-way page,
bruh. Just got the flip phone clip right there, boy. Got the Shangon collection shirt. Got the long chain fake. Got it from the little kiosk at the mall. Boy, watch out. DJ Cool and the Macho Man DJ Cool rocking a Dante Culpepper jersey, for God's sakes. I had to check the date on that. I thought that might be 2006. It wasn't. It was 2004. So what was I doing in 2000?
Yeah, what were you doing in 2006?
I was at KSFM. I don't know what I was doing. Yeah, but probably corner 7th and J Street, downtown Sacramento, 2 levels of dancing. It's Club Ricky's. So DJ Reese Roundtree here on the top floor. God rest his soul. And I never went to the bottom. I ain't never go to the bottom of Ricky's, boy. You ain't gonna catch me there. You ain't gonna catch me on that 2nd floor at Ricky's.
I'll ask you this though.
Worse than Tunnel 21.
Oh man, that bottom of Tunnel 21.
Musty.
That was a crazy spot. That was a crazy spot.
You had to get invited down there.
Was there? I mean, you guys were in the streets. Was there a buzz, or was there Kings fatigue? Were people kind of?
No, there wasn't
Kings a little bit.
No, there wasn't Kings fatigue, but I think everyone knew it wasn't what it was. You know, trying to remember back to 2006. You're going against the Spurs at that time. It was. I see we're closing the chat 3 minutes into the show, huh?
Come on.
Okay. All right. Closing the chat too. You could get into the chat as well. Twitch.tv /ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. They're acting out a little bit. It's a Friday. It's a big day. No doubt. We're just going, I've got to focus on the program here. Everybody in the chat's a stand-up comedian. I don't think there was Kings fatigue at all. I think it was more people knew that this wasn't the 2001 team, the 2002 team. People knew that something was, you know, we had already seen the Peja change, you know, Ron Artest was here, you know, that big deal was made, like changes had already started to be made. So it was just kind of a, like, what's next? Are we, I don't even know. I don't even know that rebuilding was a term yet. You know what I mean? So it was still like, okay, you know, what's going to be the, you know, next big thing that we do? Obviously, the next big thing they did was the coaching change, and it was, here we are, folks, 15 years later.
I mean, I feel exactly what you're saying. It's a little different because I wasn't here. You know what I'm saying? I was at school, so you know, I always feel like it's a little different when you can feel the vibe. You could walk around, you could talk to people, you could see what's going on. To get a vibe from it, but it seemed like people felt like, okay, it's different. Yeah, this is coming to an end. Like you said, it wasn't even a rebuild thing. This is coming to an end. Maybe we miss a couple times and we'll be right back at it. No, that wasn't what.
No, it wasn't. It just became like a systematical teardown of everything. It was like it was just like a quick revert to what the Kings were, you know, prior to their first playoff run. It was what they were back in the Lionel Simmons, Walt Williams, Wayman Tisdale, God rest his soul, you know, days.
Yeah. So how long after 2006 did the rumors of the moves start happening? Was that before 2010? I mean, there was multiple. There was Anaheim, Virginia Beach, and then Seattle. Was that?
Well, wasn't I think Vegas was first.
Vegas
wasn't Vegas first. Like Vegas started right away, though there was no real like there wasn't any real like legitimacy to Vegas. Anaheim was very legit. Like Anaheim was. I've said this before. There were people ready to move. They rolled down their sleeves from their freaking neck and they were ready to get the hell out of here. they knew their asses still had a job, so they didn't care about rolling up sleeves. They were like, yo, y'all didn't do enough. They rolled down their sleeves to their freaking wrists, and they were ready to ride. They was ready to ride out of town, Southern California. Sack, you had your chance. I still got my job. All of a sudden, jobs become in danger, and we're gonna, pull our sleeves up. We're gonna roll our sleeves up and get to work for the city, man. For Sacramento, we're gonna do it, man. Get out of here. All these phony ass people acting like they weren't ready to ride down to Southern California. And you know what's lost in all of this is people. I mean, I say people forget. People might not even know this. That Anaheim move, David Stern was still the commissioner. Mm-hmm. It was Adam Silver who was like, hey, guys, this is stupid. You know we're about to go into a lockout. We can't lock out. We can't be in the midst of a lockout in the midst of a fight with our Players Association and move a franchise down to Southern California at the same time. This is a disaster. There were already, owners and I don't remember if it was the Bus family or who it was. They didn't want any part of that Anaheim thing down there. It was probably everybody except the NBA was like, oh, we'll take a look at it. But it was Adam Silver who told, who was talking to the, he was the deputy commissioner at the time. He was like, this is dumb. Right. We can't do this right now. Right. And that kind of put a halt to that whole thing. And I don't remember what the statement was. Oh, we've stopped conversations about relocating for now. And we're going to give Sacramento a chance. It wasn't about giving Sacramento a chance. It was about getting the league out of the lockout. I don't remember what lie the Maloofs told that time around, but that died quickly. And then obviously the Seattle stuff emerged, shortly after that. And the team was a goner.
And you know what, man? I'm not here to stall anybody out or whatever the case may be. Maybe I am stalling somebody out. But from the last meaningful game in 2006, there's definitely been times when, get your stuff together. We should be making the playoffs or whatever. I 100% get that. It's been a pretty unnatural ride since then. Like it's not like they have just been committed to basketball and
100%
scene and they've sucked for 15 years. Right. It has been a crazy time.
There's no franchise that's been through what this franchise has been through, at least not that I can think of off the top of my head.
I could even make the argument, once again, probably sounds like I'm stalling them out. I could make the argument Vivek might not have been like in the market to buy a team. It was kind of presented to him, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not like he was fishing like, I'm ready to buy. Joe Lacob, for instance. Joe Lacob for years had been
wanted a team.
I'm trying to buy this. I'm trying to make it happen. I know how I'm gonna do it.
Yep.
And I tell me if I could be wrong, but Vivek was kind of like, okay, this is an opportunity. David Stern. I think I can do this. Like it's cool. Maybe he wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying? At the time because of that. You know what I mean? But it's been a pretty unnatural road to get to May 7th. 2021, and now we're back. We're back on center stage.
I just want to point out we recognize the stupidity of all of this. By the way, we're talking about a team that is playing tonight to get within 1.5 games of the 10th spot.
The chat is in here. Damian sleeveless biceps have entered the chat. They said, I've never had sleeves to roll up.
Okay. Okay. We're 10 minutes into the show. And the chat's already acted out at least twice. I closed it the first time they started acting out. Man.
But yeah, to your point.
It's going to be that kind of day, huh? Only 3 hours and 50 more minutes of this.
Look, we know. It's crazy. It's a little tongue in cheek, but there is legit excitement, at least from mine. And I know Damian as well. Like, it's meaningful. This is a real game. It's a real game to playoff implications. I'm excited for it. I know it's ridiculous, and I'm excited for it at the same time.
It's fun. Like there's no part of sports fandom that isn't ridiculous. Like literally every part of it. We have jobs because of sports fandom. We sit in our houses and we talk about sports like we're at a barbershop, like we're with our buddies, which is essentially what we are for 4 hours every day. Like because of sports fandom, the whole makeup of being a sports fan is ridiculous. But this particular scenario is really absurd. Like, I cannot stress how stupid all this is. We're talking about a game for a team to get within a game and a half of 10. To get within a game and a half of the 10th spot. And you know what? With everything that we just laid out with Anaheim and Virginia Beach and with Vegas and with Seattle and the Peja trade and the Ron Artest deal and Chris Webber getting moved and all those different things, it's like, yep, yeah, we're here for it.
Hey, look,
we're here for it.
And we're in a game and a half, or we're trying to get a game and a half away from the 10th spot. And don't think I didn't raise my eyebrows last night when I saw Memphis lose to Detroit.
I know you did. I know you
don't
did.
Think I was like, I need one more game gained on Memphis before you play them twice. I need that.
Bro. Whoo. I have the Kings like franchise logs pulled in front of me.
Oh, jeez.
Bro.
Oh, Jesus.
We've got to talk about some things here. We'll step out. We'll come back. We are gearing up for the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center. You heard these two teams played on March 29th, and again a couple of days later in San Antonio. We'll talk about that. We'll dive into the game. We're going to have some fun here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Marshall Harris is going to join us at 1:45. You could join us on the stream. You could join us on the phone lines as well, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started here. It's D-Lo and KC, this Friday edition on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'm ready.
Jesse, we got to read here. We can't. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem.
Man, y'all wild, bro. Y'all.
Okay.
Hey, Kenny Caraway here. And on this Friday evening, this Friday night, while I'm sitting back watching the Kings and the Spurs in the biggest game in Golden One Center history, I'm going to be having me a little McQueen and the Violet Fog gin right next to me. All right. You already know I'm ready for that smooth delivery and that distinct citrus flavor that always cools and refreshes me every single time. All right. McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, it literally has quality taste in every single bottle. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So you already know what it is. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Order online at drizzly.com or go out to a store right now and get one for your game tonight. All right. And if the store doesn't have it, don't worry. I talked to my guy, Ben. Damien talked to our guy, Ben. We'll get him. We'll take care of that and get the re-up as soon as possible. Show all of us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog by tagging your post at D-Lo and KC and McQueen Violet Fog. It is time to put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Right. Everything all right in there? Okay, no worries. It's all right. It's all right. We got it. Kenny's a pro. Hey, let's go. Yep.
McQueen 10 minutes. And the Violet Fog.
Yeah.
Yo, come on, man. Who did this? Y'all out of pocket, man.
I need to know who did that. This is great. Just great.
No, that might be the line of the week. My sleeves were rolled down. The sleeves were rolled down.
Roll my sleeves down to my freaking wrist. Your stupid ass out of here. And don't think those receipts ain't out there. There's someone in this chat who keeps all the receipts.
Oh man.
Yeah, Ron, they ain't samples, fam. we ain't getting a little airport bottle, bro. I assure you, Black Bottles 916 rolls deeper than that.
Can't wait for the night. Can't wait. And I'm not tired on like I usually am on Friday. Let's go.
Is that right, Cole? There wasn't any at at Bevmo.
What you look? You McQueen? Is that what?
Yeah. What were you looking for, Cole? Look at Black Bottle's already on it. He's like, all right, I'll take care of it.
We right there. We right there. Oh, it's coming. Hold on. Yes, 100%. Hey, Max, you already know what it is, big dog. You know what it is when we come back. I'm ready. Oh, shout out to Capital Agenda.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I saw that. That's nice.
I thought we might see him tonight. I don't think we're gonna see him tonight.
Yeah, I guess not. Well, I saw yesterday while we were having fun. Not nearly as much fun as the first 10 minutes of this show. The number of COVID tests came out. I was like, did De'Aaron test positive again? Because it was like 4. It's like, okay, yikes. We riding along here, streaming on the Odyssey app, streaming the video version on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch and YouTube, a great way to interact with the show immediately. Great way to derail the show as well. As many in the chat house already have. You can also give us a call whenever you're ready. 916-349-1320. But why not, man? We're having fun today. We kind of jokingly say this is the biggest game in the most important game in the history of Sacramento sports. Now we know all of that's not true. We're having fun with the importance of this game. It's late in the season. There's only a handful of games left, and yeah, this game still has some importance to it. But I made the horrendous mistake of pulling up the Sacramento Kings game logs, and as my partner, as you laid out beautifully, it's not just this team has been, bad at basketball for the last 15 years. They've done that part too.
Absolutely.
But they've been poorly run. There have been multiple ownerships here that we just rattled off like 4 different threatened moves that the Sacramento Kings were going to make. We had, rolling our sleeves down to our wrist and to our neck and all of this different stuff. And I'm looking at this here like, boy, I'm just being reminded, like Eric Musselman only made it a year.
Man,
like
was Reggie Theus in there too?
Reggie Theus made it a year in 24 games.
Oh man!
Before Nat finished out that season, then Westfall came in. Westfall actually made it He made it into his 3rd year. He made it 7 games into his 3rd year.
All right, Paul Westfall.
And then Smart took over.
Oh, he wasn't ready. That he was not the guy.
And he finished the season, and they brought him back the next year. And then Mike Malone comes along. Mike Malone, 28-54 his first year. Gets fired when DeMarcus Cousins gets sick, and the team is 11-13.
That was crazy.
And then there's just Corbin's in there. George Karl winds up finishing the season. George Karl, one of the stupidest hires in the history of professional sports. That has nothing to do with George Karl. That has to do with the makeup of this team. George Karl goes 33-49 the next year. They fire him, and then in comes Dave Yeager, 32-50, 27-55, 39-43. He's out. Luke Walton's in. And then, of course, the odd season that it was last year, 31-41. And now he sits at 29-37. With what are we at? 6 games left to play? 5 games left to play now?
6.
6 still?
Maybe?
Okay,
Yeah.
6 still.
6. Tonight is 6. After tonight, 5.
Reggie Theus was 38-44, boy. Woo. Woo. Man, this is tough. This is tough to see. This is bad. This is just so bad to go back and look at.
What was the coach where, and I don't want to say they're the worst because maybe it just didn't work here, but what was the coach where you were like, yo, this is not it?
George Karl.
See,
I thought it was terrible. Like now, I was watching the George Karl thing from the East Coast, and it was pretty active around, the people who worked in Bristol and Mike Wilbon was able to see him pretty regularly. And, Mike been covering the NBA for a long time. And I remember when those rumors about George Karl started, he was like, man, like I got respect for George Karl, but if it's DeMarcus Cousins, this isn't going to work. He said if George Karl makes it more than a year, I'd be shocked. He only made it one full season. He finished he finished that 1 year, but he only made it one full season. Yeah. Like, he was doomed from the start. Like, it wasn't going to work. That was for the best. That was like old school and new school together. Like, new school's going to win. That's kind of how this works now. That old school stuff, it just doesn't work with today's player. Whether, and now you could spend a whole day arguing about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, or whether it's, these players today are this and players back in my day were that. Like, you could do that all day. But this George Karl thing, this George Karl, DeMarcus Cousins thing, it was never going to work. Right. And that was the one, like, of all of them where it was just, truthfully, Eric Musselman, I didn't get that one either. I was like, you went from Rick Adelman to Eric Musselman?
Eddie Jordan was before Rick Adelman, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Jordan was the coach, literally right before Rick Adelman.
He was on the staff of Gary St. Jean.
Yep.
That's how I got it. So, I mean, I get that argument. To me, sorry to him. Sorry to this man, Keke Palmer. It was Keith Smart.
That's fine.
I would see some of those games and I'd be like, what are we really doing here? What are we really doing here?
The Keith Smart, you know what he was doing? He was, let's just get to the end of this so we can move to Seattle. That's what it was. That's the year Keith Smart was the coach. The year they were supposed, this was supposed to be it.
Yeah.
And everybody gets on that 4th and goal on the 1. Nah, it was. No, it was 4th and goal on the 1. Like,
the only reason, we say this all the time, the only reason it didn't happen was because the David Falk's daughter. If she would have kept her mouth shut and wouldn't have the Twitter fingers, there wouldn't have been enough time. She literally put it out there. It's like kind of a passing tweet. It wasn't even like breaking news, or that's not her. Wasn't she like a cook or something like that?
Yeah.
She literally tweeted it out and let the cat out the bag, and that gave KJ and the city enough time to figure it out, because if she wouldn't have done that, there wouldn't have been time to do it.
David Stern, they told Kevin, like, you're not going to be able to get this done. He begged and pleaded, and I don't give Kevin Johnson the time of day, but he got this done. Like, I'll give him that. And you can look around at all of the different things that the city did. Dude, it's cool. Like, it's a really cool part of the story, but the story is Kevin Johnson. If it had been Mayor Steinberg,
it wouldn't have happened.
If it had been, I can't remember who was before Kevin Johnson. I don't remember who it was, but if it had been anybody else, it wouldn't have worked. Kevin had the ear of David Stern. He begged and pleaded, and right out the gate, David was like, you're not going to be able to fix this. You're not going to be able to do anything about it. And he begged and pleaded. He was like, look, I'm going to give you one chance. You've got to show me something. If you show me something, we'll publicly acknowledge this and kind of, we'll publicly acknowledge what you're doing. We're not going to say anything until you show me something. And then that's when I think Kevin tweeted, this is the first we've ever heard about the Sacramento Kings being for sale. He got a couple of people together. I don't know who was in that initial conversation. That went to David Stern. And David Stern was like, okay, all right, that's enough to get our attention. Yeah. It's not enough to stop what's happening,
right?
But it's enough to get our attention. And regardless of what you think about him, Kevin Johnson and David Stern single-handedly saved, with other people's money, but they saved this team from being moved somewhere else.
And that is a lightning rod of a person, and I'm not really trying to get into all that, but I just know, I guess, at that city council member when they did the votes and he hit the "Let's do this, Sacramento." When I saw that for the first time, I got chills, and I was like, oh, okay, there's a chance, because I thought they were gone. I thought it was done. I went to the second to last game of the season. I remember it was against the Grizzlies. I saw it all the way up in like row R in the top. And I went with my grandmother because I thought that was it. I thought that was going to be the last chance I get to see the Kings here. I thought they were done. And Yeah, if it wasn't for specifically that relationship, if Kevin Johnson had ended his career at Cal and not gone and played in the NBA or whatever, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. So,
man.
Yeah, man, down memory lane to get once again here today to
the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center.
In all seriousness, I think Jesse, if you're get in here, didn't you say you checked the secondary market and the price actually is up for this game tonight?
Yeah, I looked again this morning. Tickets were like $80, and that's like without fees and stuff like that.
And what were they? One was like $40. You said?
Yeah, they were like $40 before, but today they're at 80.
Oh boy, the hottest ticket
want to
in
be
town.
In the building. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Boy, them 1,000 people are getting. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, but I've seen Jerry fudge numbers for about 6 months now. If the people at the Golden One Center wanted to fudge the numbers and what do you mean? There's only like 1,600 people in here, but there's like 4,200. Hey,
I'm gonna tell you like this. I saw that game against the Mavericks on Sunday, and I don't know what their limit is or what they're trying to do. I ain't saying it's packed. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot more people than I thought would be there at Dallas. Like I remember you got to see when the coaches are doing or the referees are doing an instant replay, and then they talk to the scores table, and now they got the camera where you can see the referee talking to them, and you look behind them. There's a lot more people in them stands than I expected. So, like you said, I don't know if they're sliding extra people into the Golden One Center tonight. Pumping that noise, Seattle Seahawks style.
Let's go ahead. Let's pump in the noise. It's fake noise. Not real people. It's fake noise. John says it's still 1,600. I assume John is going tonight. He says it's still 1,600. Just let a couple of people in there.
What if 2,000? What if we got to 2,000?
Like, what's another 4? At this point, like, come on, what's another 400 people? I can't believe I'm about to say this. I actually kind of agree with Polka Pro Eric. Like, what are we really doing at this point? Did y'all see the draft? Did y'all see the draft?
Are you going to watch the fight on DA Zone? They're talking about 70,000 at Cowboy Stadium on Saturday.
At DA Zone.
70 Gs.
Just going because COVID doesn't affect you if you're outside, right? That's what they say. So if you just open the window, the big door,
you're outside technically.
You're outside-ish. So why can't we sell this place out just for tonight? Maybe for the next
sell this joint out.
Just for the next couple of weeks. If the Kings said today, if the Kings said right now, like, hey, we're in good shape. We're going to open doors and windows. We're going to keep everybody safe. Bring your mask. How quickly do you think tickets would sell out for tonight's game? Let me rephrase that. Do you think tickets would sell out for tonight's game?
So I don't think they would sell out, but I do think we'd get in the tens of thousands. And that's with 7 hours to go. I think we're getting in the tens of thousands. And that's like saying a lot for California. Like, this ain't Texas or Florida. California, from typically, from what I see, they're like, let's play it safe. If they said, we're opening the doors, they'd get into the tens of thousands.
This is the worst day of my life. I agree with everything Poker Pro is saying here on the chat. You really think Gavin Newsom is standing at the door counting people? Let him in. Like, hey, go downtown. Like, hey, you get shot yet? You did? Come here. Come here. We got a King's mask for you. Go on inside, have a seat, have some fun.
Here's a blue hanky. Here's a purple hanky. Wave it in the air.
Put everybody right behind the Spurs bench. Get the cowbell guy. Find him. Bring him out of retirement. Put him out there.
It's funny you said that. Last night, the Clippers. So typically, if you're watching these games, they still don't really have people behind the benches. Well, Staples Centers did. That's surprising.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I missed that. There's still like a barrier. There's still this big space for the benches, but they have seats on that side where people are sitting now.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
I already know the answer to this. I really do. Eventually, though, you think they're going back to how the benches were? because I actually think probably the players probably like this a little bit, like how they can get up, move around, super separated. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think when they can, they're going to go back to just the row of the bench and have stands behind them, or do you think they might keep that look?
Yeah, I think they'll go back. I don't think they're going to do it next year, though. We're not going to. I know we keep talking about next season. Everything's going to be normal here on the way. No. I don't know how many people will be let into the Golden One Center next year. I don't think it's going to be 16,000 or 17,000. Right. Remember, when we say next year, we're talking about like October. And I don't think this is going as smoothly as Washington, D.C. has hoped. I think he's probably regretting his July 4th proclamation. And I think things like that will eventually go back to normal, but I don't think it's going to be next year.
I don't think so either. I think,
but eventually you can't turn away that money. That's what it like boils down to. Like the way the bench is constructed right now is eliminating money,
big money, and
exactly. Like it's not like the cheap seats. Like you're eliminating some of the highest price tickets out there.
Yeah. Hey, I saw that last night though at the Staples Center, and it like I said, it stuck out to me because I'm trying to think of any other games I've seen. I haven't seen people sitting at least that close on the same side as the players as they were last night. And they weren't super close, but it hadn't been in the TV screen. You know what I mean? Seeing people on that side. So, yeah. Take that tarp down at the Golden One Center. Put them there tonight.
Put them there. Put them there. Put a mask on. Shoot. At this rate, just do shots on the way in. Like, come here. Roll up your sleeve to your freaking neck. Boom. Shot. Keep it moving. Come here. Boom. Shot. Keep it moving. How many of you had? None? Boom. Shot. Keep it moving. Like, isn't that a great way to get people vaccinated? Have you been vaccinated yet? No? You want to watch the Kings? Yes? Boom. Shot. Go watch them. Oh, man. Hell, we could start a promotion. Black Bottles, you in here? Shot for a shot. Boom, bang, shot. Go over to the McQueen table. Go over to the McQueen table.
The most lit game in history. I'm going to one center.
Get at it.
Nothing to do with the game.
This your second shot? Boom. 2 shots over there at the McQueen table. Let's go. Let's get it done. How come I'm the only one thinking of this? Like, how are we not using sports as a way to get people vaccinated?
Because you're a great salesman.
Let's get in here.
Great
boom salesman. On the way in. If you could do drive-throughs where people are reaching into the window and poking you, like, let's go. I got shot number 2 tomorrow. It's at Walgreens. Boom. You told me I could get it at the Golden One Center. Psh, boom. Head over to the McQueen table. Shot for a shot.
The McQueen table.
Shot for a shot, baby. That's how we roll.
Let's go. You know, I'd be at the McQueen table. I'm at my home McQueen
living tonight. I'd be going back for I'd be going back. Hey, I need one more shot. I don't think the vaccine is working. Just give me another one. I'll be over there. I have like 4 vaccines. Head over to the McQueen table. I'll be like when we get blood and you get a cookie. Like, man, I'm weak. I need another cookie. Like, give me another one. Give me another one.
Ramsey says the Seattle Mariners are doing it at T-Mobile Park.
Wow. The Mariners thought of this. Like, think about what you just said. The Seattle Mariners thought about this. Yeah. Hey, come on, guys. Like, let's pull together. Let's do this.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. We'll talk about this multiple times today, but let me start it for the first time today. The game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your confidence level in the Kings tonight? Let's go 1 to 10.
Well, I'm going to protect myself. Ooh, da doo doo, doo doo. It's not very high. It's not very high because it's not very high for a couple of reasons. It doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy this. Doesn't mean, I'm headed into the game negative, but just going straight off your question, this team has been involved in what we've felt like, hey, this is a big game for the team. They've got a chance to really do something. They fail. The closest, bruh, they were inching close to 500. Oh, it would feel so nice to get to 500. They could get within 1 game. Nope. Didn't happen. Doesn't happen. And let's also point out, Chimezie Metu appears to, I think, let's see, Harrison Barnes is doubtful. Chimezie is questionable. De'Aaron is out. So
Well,
even at this point, even if Harrison plays, I think you got to be aware of how you work him into the lineup, the way that everything is going. And most of all, you've got to, at least I think, I certainly don't know this, I would think you've got a desperate San Antonio Spurs team.
Absolutely. You got a desperate and embarrassed San Antonio Spurs team. And they may be looking at this whole thing as we just need to win one or two games. This has to be one of the ones we win. We win that. I mean, I know they're probably not looking too far behind them. But if I was a Spurs fan or a player or something like that, I'd be like, if we get this one, we essentially get one of the teams off our back. If we get this one, we get one of the teams off our back, and now we just got to figure out a way to win maybe one or two more games. We got 6 games left or whatever. We don't have to win all 6. We don't have to do it. We don't have to go 5-1. We need to win this one and then maybe one or two others, and we're good. So this is a huge game for them. I expect them to come out ready to play in a major way. Kings need to be ready for that, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Every time they've had about an opportunity to improve themselves, elevate themselves, turn the corner, they haven't been able to do it, and they failed miserably. So I'm super excited. You talk about my excitement level, I'm on like an 8 or a 9, but my expectations, super guarded with this team and what I've seen from them this year. I'm preparing myself for the worst. Be hyped though.
How do you prepare yourself for the worst? Just by like being guarded.
Yeah.
Is that how?
So like when the game starts off and it's 6-2 Spurs, you go, I knew it. All right, I knew it. Here we go. Oh God, I'm not even really gonna trip. I knew it was coming.
I'm watching Blackish instead. I'm gonna watch something else. And here's the rule, by the way, Kings fans, and this is for all of us. If you miss the start of the game and the Kings are up 10-2, and it gets to 10-6,
we'll
turn it off later. Turn it off and leave.
We'll tell you about it later.
Yeah, that's the rule. You have to turn it off. Get out of here because it's your fault. That's how fandom works.
Yeah.
Kenny does it all the time. If Buddy is crushing it in the first half, and then he stinks in the second quarter or he stinks in the second half, it's because Kenny was coaching the kids. Practice ended. He went and got in front of the TV, and you see what happens.
I've tuned in. Buddy,
look at
Kenny's watching. I don't even have to say anything.
Buddy just missed a shot by 7 feet. Kenny must be home. That's how being. Dude's Buddy. Was it Buddy? Someone missed the shot by like 7 feet the other night. I'm confident it was Buddy.
It was Buddy, or I know Marvin had a mean air ball the other day.
No, it wasn't an air ball. Like he just hit like the side of the backboard.
Oh, it was Tyrese.
Oh, was it Tyrese? Is that what it was?
Tyrese took a deep corner 3.
That's what it was.
I was like, that thing is
like, baby, no. No. You look like me out there at the open gym. Don't do that.
He didn't have to take that shot.
Don't do
that. Like shot clock. He was feeling it though. I think he hit a couple shots before that, and he was feeling it. A little heat check.
Okay. I guess. Turns out it was cold in the house. My man's wasn't as hot as he thought. When these two teams played the first time on March 29th, Kings put up 134 points in that game.
That was a game.
132, excuse me. Yeah, they put up some big points. Now, this was the mini series, right? This was the staying in San Antonio. You had a game. I don't know if it was Tuesday and Thursday or Monday and Wednesday, Sunday, something along those lines, right? And they won the first. They wound up losing the second. I don't know what you can take out of these games earlier in the season. The circumstances are different. De'Aaron had 24 in that game that we're talking about right now. Tyrese had 15. Neither one of those guys are going to be around. Harrison had 14. So it's kind of a different, makeup here. And, you talked about, or you asked about the confidence level. When they won that first game, they moved to 22-25. And it's like, this team is inching within 500. Like they're getting theirs. They're getting there.
Mhm.
And then they lost that second game, and things kind of went the way they went shortly after that.
And they beat the hell out of the Spurs in that first game. That's what had everybody excited. I know that was the
that was 132 to 115.
Yeah, that was the game with Tyrese's no-look pass to streaking Rashaan Holmes, throw it down. Kyle Draper falls out of his chair almost, and everything. I mean, it was
almost.
it was popping. It was popping. We was like, they're clicking. And then I think the next one was the start of the losing streak, correct? Did you say that? Yeah. So.
Yeah, they hit 18 threes in that first game. Buddy hit 5 of them. Terrence Davis was 3 of 5. So, I don't know what you do with this, right? Like I don't know what you do with these matchups with the San Antonio Spurs earlier in the season. And if you put some stock into it, you put a little stock into it, you put no stock into it. Like it doesn't really matter. It's going to be an entirely different game tonight, or maybe it's not going to be an entirely different game, but it's going to be an entirely different team. The makeup of the Sacramento Kings is going to be a lot different without De'Aaron Fox and potentially without Harrison Barnes and Chimezie Metu once again as well. So we'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings. We'll continue to talk about this game. I want to talk about Rashaan Holmes for a minute. Rashaan Holmes had a big game in that first matchup against the San Antonio Spurs as well. He's getting a little love from the Athletic. We'll explain what that is. As D'Lo and KC roll along, watch the show, take part in the chat if you'd like to, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you could listen on the Odyssey app wherever you may be on your smartphone, or you could just hang out here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320 AM. Throw in the AM for absolutely no damn reason.
You could.
Oh, hello. Welcome to the chat, ma'am. Welcome to the chat, ma'am. Thank you for being with us on such a big day. Yeah, I'm with Johnny Do It. I want another big game from Marvin. Another big game from Marvin. Let
me tie my shoes. Dame, are you like well, maybe I don't know if I want to ask this question or dig too deep. I mean, are you all the way dressed today? Like, is it?
I know.
Jeans and shoes. You don't wear shoes at home though, huh?
I do. No, I do wear, but I don't wear like shoes. Like I wear the same pair of fly knits. See, I just like to have shoes on my feet. Like it feels. I don't want to like we're working. Like I mean, it's fun. Like I don't want to have like I don't want to feel like I'm sitting around in like my pajamas. You know what I mean? Like I'm sitting around. Like if we were at the studio, my shoes aren't going to be off.
Right.
I'll have a nicer pair on probably, but
yeah, man. See, that's how I am too, man.
This is accurate. I wear shoes, but not the shoes. Like y'all have caught on the shoes. I wore them once though when Ricky Rose joined us. Like I had to make sure I knew no one was gonna see them, but I had to feel like
the totality of the situation.
Yeah, I had to feel, like I was on point. Like we had company.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm dressed. I'm dressed for sure. Part of that is because after this, I need to hurry up and go do some Mother's Day shopping.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So, Cheryl from Elk Grove, baby, we got you.
Yes, indeed. Queen B. Oh, y'all. Yeah, man. Shoes at the house, man. Come on now. Although the Queen Bee, she just almost despises the fact that I always wear shoes around the house. That's what I do.
What with that nice floor you got?
That should be all the more reason. I ain't got no carpet around here. No. But no, they look at me crazy.
I can't walk around barefoot no more. The sliders are always right by wherever I'm at.
I've never been able to. I always at least had socks on, but now the sliders. Yeah, I'm walking around.
I don't have hardwood here, but in the house in Connecticut, it was like everywhere except like the TV room.
Yeah.
And oh, bro, like your feet just start like aching after a while. Like, man, where are my sliders, dude?
I need something on the bottom of my feet almost at all times. Mind your business, CJ. Mind your business. Had a busy week, man. Baseball just consumes me, man. Consumes my day, literally.
Hey, I don't know why it's so quiet. I have no idea. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. It's not wrong. There's core shoes and there's core shoes. That's accurate, Rich. That is accurate.
Absolutely.
Very, very. Wait a minute. What is your?
Yeah. Get him, Damien.
Nah. I don't like this record. I don't like this record. This record is
dog. I don't like this dog.
This record is a no play. I don't play that song.
Dog. Yeah, we got beef.
Yeah, I don't play that record. Like I don't ever put that song on for fun. I don't put it on any playlist. Like it never just turns on. Like, yeah, I don't roll with that one, man. I don't like it.
Oddly enough, though, I do know the words to the first verse.
Oh, I know the words. I didn't say I didn't know the words. I may have sang it before and replaced some. I may have added my own names to it.
That song is on the list of after the first verse. That's the end of the song.
Oh, it's the end of the song. Well, that tangent at the end.
It's big. I rarely ever get there.
But that song, I don't think that song, you talk about a no-fly list, like R. Kelly has been played more recently than Hit 'Em Up. I'm not proud of it. But if I'm going to be honest, this is a safe space. We in a safe space? Okay, then.
Safe space
then. I've listened to R. Kelly more recently than I've listened to Hit 'Em Up. Like Hit 'Em Up, I don't play anymore. I feel like it resulted in 2 people dying. It might have resulted in more than 2 people dying, but it resulted in Big and Pac being gone. So and plus I love Big. Like, who am I looking around? First off, you claim like what?
Yeah, that's why I'm bad boy. Like I said, I brought Sean John to the West Coast. How am I going to be up here?
That? I was. You saw what I was wearing in that fat boy picture from 2004, right?
Yeah, that was 04, man. I was 97. Come on, man. I was 97.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a clue. Downtown Plaza. You know what it is.
Yeah. So on behalf of people like me, thank you for introducing Sean Don to the entire West Coast. I could rock it tucked in with a 2-way pager on my hip.
2-way page me.
Y'all can go ahead and beam me your contact if you want.
So how many people did you know that had a 2-way pager?
We all had them at KSFM because Metro Call was right above us.
You did say that. Yes.
KSFM used to be on the 5th floor of the How About Arden building.
Yeah,
and the Bank of Sacramento, and Metro Call was right above us.
Boy, that boy David was fire at the time. That boy was early 20s, got all the clubs, had the Motorola 2-way pager, had all the access. That boy had the fire. Oh, man, he had the juice.
The amount of miracles that it takes for you to just name everything, and the fact that I'm still here in the current state that I'm in, I don't recommend living that life. Woo, man. Drink tickets all around, baby. Drink tickets all around. Walk right into the club. Hey, here's your drink tickets. Thank you.
Come on now.
No good. 916-349-1320. I've grown. I was young.
Got to experience it.
I did. 916-349-1320. Let's get Chris in here. Chris, what's going on, baby?
Hey, man, long time. I have a question for you. If the Kings break the play-in tournament, is Luton's job safe for next year?
Don't ruin my day, Chris. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Don't ruin my day.
I think it is, Chris. I think it is.
you almost have to be, right? Like if playing, I don't know. Playoffs.
I think you get in with a plan. I think he's good
so. What do you think, Chris?
I think he's in.
Okay.
Let him go. If he's still going to, paying him all that money, let him stay around. If he finishes strong, which I think they're doing right now. So I think if they should get one more year at least. I think.
Okay. We appreciate you, Chris. Thanks, man.
Chris walking around on this earth.
What'd you say?
It's only me and Chris walking around on this earth.
Oh no,
they're the only ones.
Well,
I think he should.
He said finish strong, which like if the Kings fall half a game short, right? They got the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz, they might be playing for the number 1 seed that last game of the season. They might be playing for nothing. Who knows what it's going to look like? But is anybody going to be angry if they lose to the Utah Jazz? Like, I don't think so. Even if the Jazz are sitting guys, I don't think. The Jazz have routinely beat teams by 20 this year. They routinely beat teams by 30 this year. So if they wind up missing by half a game, they wind up missing the play-in by half a game because they lose to the Utah Jazz. That's still a strong finish. Does Luke keep his job? You know what I mean? And I don't think it boils down to, it's like we talked about yesterday, barring something completely unforeseen, like a play-off run. I think they've made their decision. And I'm not saying the decision is to let Luke Walton go or the decision is to keep him. I think whatever the decision is, they've already made it.
Gotcha. Yeah, and like we said yesterday, I think they still they may be moving in a direction, but I think they still got some things to work out, some things they want to see.
And I may not know what the hell I'm talking about. They may be evaluating every single game. They may be looking out to see, hey, how is this wounded San Antonio Spurs team, like wounded ego-wise, how are they going to come out against a wounded in an entirely different way Sacramento team that has played pretty well over the course of the last week?
Hey, but look,
be watching that.
And I'd be watching that too. And they got to come out ready to play tonight. They got to come out ready to play.
And how many
and everybody is responsible for this one. I always talk about the players and all this other stuff. If there's ever a time for Luke Walton to press a button, you know what I mean, and break glass in the case of emergency, is tonight, and it's the rest of these games. Like, they can't come out flat tonight. Like, if they coming out flat, somebody's got to come out the game early. There's got to be a quick timeout. Like, if it goes, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if it's 4-0, get ready to call that early timeout. Like, and get everybody involved. Like, this is when you really do your coaching and you're making sure you have a major pulse on what's going on in this game tonight.
But how many times have you said, regardless of the game, that they've got to come out strong tonight? And how many times has, 4 hours after the show ended, has the team not come out strong that night?
Every time. I can't remember a time when they did come ready to play. When I said, they need to be every time they come ready to play is sneaking up on somebody. Like, it's not when, like, you've got to be ready tonight.
Right. And don't mistake what Kenny's saying. The team has come out and played well over the course of the last couple of games. What we're talking about is situations where we go, hey, they need to bounce back tonight. Or, hey, they need to come out strong. Or, hey, this is what San Antonio, this is what I imagine San Antonio is saying about Sacramento. Their best player ain't there. Their second best player isn't there. Probably make an argument their third best player isn't playing. Do y'all have some pride? Are you going to go in there? Because while we're talking about the Sacramento Kings coming out strong, Bilo and JC in San Antonio, they're talking about, go out there early, establish yourself against whoever Terrence Davis is, whoever this DeLon Wright character is who's stepping in for De'Aaron Fox, whoever those, I don't know who the hell a Damian Jones is. Go take care of those guys. Metu, the hell is a Metu? Even heard Bobby Marks call him Metu yesterday.
About to say, what did he call him yesterday?
Hey,
Metu. That's what they gonna call him. Like, you got Metu out there. Who is Metu?
That's what I mean. Like, we were joking about Oklahoma City not being able to name the players on the Oklahoma City Thunder yesterday. Bilo and JC in San Antonio are doing that same thing with the Sacramento Kings today. Okay, there's Buddy. Yeah, we know who this Bagley kid is. Gosh, they really messed that up. But who are these other guys? Who are these other guys out there? So while we're talking about the Kings coming out strong, San Antonio's got to be thinking, get on them early. And that's what they did. What's scary about that is if you recall the second game, that's what they did.
They turned it up.
Yeah, they came out and they got up there at the 30 plus points there in that first. Exactly. They're capable. Yeah. They're absolutely capable.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's going to be some interesting stuff. I think that this sounds crazy. I think they'll be ready to play. I really do. Could be wishing.
It's not crazy. Yeah, it might be that.
They haven't shown us it all year though in these moments. That's why I think somebody could say it's crazy. They haven't. I'm hoping against hope that they're ready because they haven't shown us that all year long in these spots. But I'm hoping, I'm wishing, I'm thinking maybe it's different this time.
You listen to Bilo and JC here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're thrilled that you're spending part of your day here with us. We're with you all the way till 4 o'clock. Marshall Harris is going to be joining us coming up at 1:47. Anybody else going to be joining us?
Yeah, we do have confirmation. That boy Jason Jones is going to be in the building at 3:20 today.
Okay, I'm with it. Jason Jones will be with us on 3:20. Do we need to send him a link, or is he going to go old school and get on the phone with us?
You know what?
We're just playing the show here.
I think he's down to come on the link. I'll check him.
Put on some Dodgers gear and join us. Okay. I got you. A couple of quick things. One, we were really in a vibe yesterday and in a mood, but happy birthday to Willie Mays.
Yes. Air horns for the Say Hey Kid.
There's so much talk.
Come on, man.
You know, some people will argue Barry Bonds is 100% the greatest baseball player I've ever seen. There are people who I think would foolishly argue Babe Ruth is the greatest baseball player that has lived.
My brother, Babe Ruth.
I've heard that. Now I'm willing to change my tone if that turns out to be accurate. But I've always believed that Major League Baseball started when Jackie Robinson was signed by the Dodgers, which for me makes Willie Mays the greatest baseball player that's ever lived.
Willie Mays, I was watching, I forgot something on Willie, a documentary or a look back or something like that a couple of years ago. And there was a older gentleman who was just talking about growing up in New York when Willie Mays was there, talking about seeing him play and all this other stuff. And the reverence that he spoke of Willie Mays was like from a different time. Like, and it's a different level. He spoke about Willie Mays, like, and I think everybody understands what I'm saying, but like a god, you know what I mean? Like that's when legends were legends, and it was different than, he was a good player. Like, man, that boy was bad. It was like, no, this is Willie Mays. You know what I mean? And that's, to me, that's reserved for certain people. You know what I mean? It's not for everybody. It's Willie Mays. I would even throw a Mickey Mantle in there. You know what I mean? A Babe Ruth. At a time when it was baseball and boxing, these guys were, as I always like to say, the star of stars, and they were walking legends, man. And Willie is on that level, man. He's on that level of, he had everybody's respect. Everybody that played against him and with him all say the same thing, say he was the best. And I'm glad he's still here with us, man, and fortunate as a Giants fan to have in the lineage, in my opinion, the two best players to ever play.
No argument for me, my brother. Absolutely no argument for me whatsoever. You talk about legends. How about on this day 26 years ago, the debut of the Concords,
Goat Kings.
The Jordan 11 Concords debuted on this day 26 years ago and took the world by storm as they were worn at Grammys. They were worn at award shows. They were worn with tuxedos. They became one of the most, they became a lot of people's grails. I think they're a little bit more common now.
A little bit. I think they've come out, 3 or 4 different times since.
They've come out, which is wild to say they've come out 3 or 4 times since 26 years ago. Okay. But that's accurate. A variety of them have come out. Like I know some 11 Lows came out today. The Legend Blues came out today. which are super clean. The 45s came out. The 45 Concords came out a couple of years ago.
I got the Jubilees on right now as we speak.
So you got those. There are a variety of those different Concords, but that was always the one for me. It's not I actually don't look good in it. I don't love the shoe. Like, I don't love wearing the shoe. It's also terribly uncomfortable. Yeah. But in terms of the look,
it's fire. It's fire. Man. These are my confessions.
Oh boy. Yep. Can't hit that drop anymore.
I didn't like them when they first came out. I said, what is
really?
This? What is this?
Man.
I'm not feeling them. I'm not feeling them. I just kept seeing them. I just kept seeing them wearing them. And then I think they got into stores and, you saw them on people's feet. And I was like, oh, these are kind of fire.
I did not have that reaction. Yeah, I definitely didn't.
Would you say it was 96, right?
2000. It was 26. So yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling them. A little 12-year-old Kenny wasn't feeling them at the time.
Yeah, they were and
then I grew up.
They were the shoe. True story. Confessions. They were the shoe that caused me to quit high school basketball.
What?
True story. I went to El Camino High School. Rich people everywhere.
Yeah.
And we had to buy our own equipment. One of the things we had to buy was the team shoe. You had to have the team shoe. So the team voted on it, and it was the Jordan 11. And even, then I maybe 130.
Yeah.
It's like that ain't
something like that.
I was like, I knew where we were economic wise. Yeah. I was by far the poorest person at El Camino High School. I was like, I'm not asking my mom for that. I'm good. I love basketball, but I ain't asking my mom for that. And I mean, I was LeBron. Like, you would have heard about me. Yeah, my sophomore year. I was that dude.
That's a trip.
For those who can't see, for those who are listening, I'm lying. I was fine. Like, that's about the equivalent. Yeah, he's fine. He's a body. He's a body. Like, you put him out there. He's got 6 fouls to give. Like, he's fine. As much as I loved it. Yeah. So I had to. I let my basketball dreams die. So when I finally got that first pair, which I probably got my first pair of Concords in 2010. I took great joy in that. I took great joy because I don't have one pair of Concords. Right. I have a couple. So no friends. I've known the right people for the last since 2005 or so, 2006. Like, I've known some good people who have fed my horrible addiction to shoes. And actually the first pair of 11s I got, my friends at Nike knew that story. Yeah. And so when they went out, I got a couple of those. That there's still some that still got the tissue in and are tucked away.
Never gonna be touched.
Probably not. Or they might be given away one day. Yeah. What am I gonna do with them? But
that's the story for a lot of people who wear the shoes, grown adults with mortgages and stuff like myself who will drop.
Yeah, but you don't pay yours. You don't pay your mortgage though.
Well,
that's why I
pay my mortgage.
Oh,
others may not.
Oh, okay.
I can neither confirm nor deny if others are paying their mortgage or not. Me, absolutely upstanding. Okay. But that's part of the reason. It goes back to childhood. I was spoiled. If I really press, Mom, can I get these shoes? She would get them for me. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't always feel comfortable doing that. You know what I mean? And that's just what it was. So now I got my own money. The shoes come out. I'm hopping on it. That's a story for a lot of people who do
the first pair of shoes I bought, because I had a lot of hand-me-down shoes. The first pair of shoes I bought with my own money were those Grant Hill Feelers.
Ooh.
They were affordable. Like but they were big. Like, they were no pushover. Like, it was no punk shoe. It was like, okay, it's not like it's not Jordan, but it's like Pac had him in the All Eyes on Me booklet. It was like, oh,
no, those were big time.
Man, Grant Hills.
Oh man, oh, those were fire. Yes, can I be a bit of a killjoy here a little bit?
prefer you didn't, but I guess since you asked nicely.
So we're talking about anniversaries. How many days was this ago?
Tomorrow will come and girl,
do your thing. I think this is 23 years ago today. You probably saw this is the anniversary, quote unquote, of the practice rant.
Ah, I did see that today. Yeah.
And
it took a different tone today for some reason.
You saw that then, right?
I did.
Yeah.
It's
always been there though. It's
right.
Been there.
Right.
And I knew that. I knew the entire context. You know, me, if it wasn't right then, it was like a year later. And I remember I think Stephen A. Smith actually said, like, yo, you guys are taking it out of context.
Explain the context, though, for people who may not have read about that this morning.
So we all know the practice rant and everything.
Practice? We're talking about practice. Practice.
So people, you know, it's iconic, everything. And people are like, they use that to make light or to kind of say, Allen Iverson was like not taking practice seriously. And in that press conference, he kind of explained, he said, and I'll read it here. He says, quote, "I'm upset for one reason, because I'm in here. I lost my best friend. I lost him this year. Everything is just going downhill for me as far as just that, as far as my life. And then I'm dealing with this. My best friend is dead, and we lost. And this is what I have to go through for the rest of the summer until the season is all over again. Till the season is all over again." And then he goes, "I'm going through all that, and we sitting up here talking about me missing practice. Practice. So he's talking about like real life stuff. Like his best friend just died this year. He's still grieving through that, going through that trauma. And he's like, man, y'all really up here asking me multiple questions about practice. So I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's funny, it's cool, but when you get the context, it's almost not as funny anymore, right?
Well, it was. I remember. I don't remember if I knew the context of it, like when it happened, but I remember at some point either it was being run or it was an anniversary. I remember thinking, why did he miss practice? And then I looked it up and I was like, wait. That's okay. Wait a minute. This isn't right. So I look like I'm trying to find I'm looking for a second source here. I'm like Adam Schefter with this, trying to figure out the this puzzle. I was like, this isn't funny. Like, why is this lost in the history of this press conference?
Right.
They make it out as if he was, ranting about answering questions about practice when he was actually explaining as to why he wasn't. So, it's a weird story, and it's weird how I think all that stuff gets tied together. I think all the, you just start to isolate stuff, and it's like, oh, it's a good soundbite. You play to win the game, or hello, or what's that one? Thank you. You just isolate it. Oh, it's fun. Like, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not so much.
Nah, and it's the cold part about that is, like everybody knew what he was talking about, right? The Sixers knew what he was talking about. Larry Brown knew what he was talking about, and it kind of just left him out there to dry, in my opinion. You know what I mean? They could have came back around a day or two later, or even at media day the next year, if that came up, like, he was going through a lot of stuff. It's missing, and nobody did that. Nobody did that. They just kind of left it out there. I'm not blaming their content people, but the media shows that played it right thereafter. Like they watched the whole video. They watched the whole press conference. This wasn't a separate press conference where he explained what he was doing. It was in that conference when he explained his frustrations, and everybody just kind of went with that part, let it ride, and didn't give any context.
As if it's some sort of like anti-practice movement. You know what I mean? Like he's going in on trying to shut down practices across the league. Like,
yeah, man. So
and that's what we live in, bro. We live in a world of sound bites.
Well, the funny thing about that is, and not funny, maybe that's the wrong word to use, is it was brought to my attention today as well as Allen Iverson has a good attitude with that. Like people come up to him and say that. They say it in interviews and he laughs it off. And he's like, man, he's even joked himself. Practice. When that, in reality, if we're being real, that all came from a really traumatic experience he was going through.
Yeah.
And he, I don't know how he does it. He's not tired of it. He laughs it off. He plays with it the whole time. And man, it's a trip. It's a trip. Allen Iverson, my favorite player in high school. And he wasn't always, perfect. He didn't always do things the right way.
According to other people.
So according to other people, his upbringing, unbelievably traumatic. Yep. And I find it hard to like go in on Allen for any of the things he did, because some of the things he's experienced before as a teenager, before that, unbelievably traumatic. And I always remember that's what John Thompson would say when he got here. He's like, this kid's been through a lot. I'm just here to be here for him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do what everybody thinks I should do to him or whatever. I'm just gonna let him know he's here. I'm here. He's loved, because that's what he probably needs most right now. We don't have enough time today, and that's not the show for it. But just watch an Allen Iverson documentary or read his book. Some of the things he went through as a teenager is, man, talk about traumatic. It's crazy.
For me, a top 5 most important player in the history of the league. Allen Iverson is. We'll step out. We'll come back. Marshall Harris said to join us in about 30 minutes. And we've got news on De'Aaron Fox.
Oh.
We've got good news on De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
Sort of.
Oh.
I'll explain as D-Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You know what it is, baby. It's prime time tonight with the Sacramento Kings in action against the Spurs. And you know what I'm doing? And I'm not talking about at 7 o'clock. I'm talking at about 4:07. I'm mixing up my first beverage with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. It's my go-to during the summer. It's going to be my go-to during the winter and the fall and the spring as well. That Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. We've talked about it so many times, and we're going to continue to talk about it. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. And no matter how you like to mix it, you could even put it on the rocks and sip it. It's got that distinct citrus flavor. It's legitimately flawless. You can order yours online today, right now, as a matter of fact. Go to drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're at your favorite store. And if your favorite store doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog, no problem. Hit me up. Hit Kenny Caraway up. We'll let our man Ben know, hey, this spot in this place, they need a re-up of McQueen and the Violet Fog, and we'll make sure that it is at your favorite beverage shopping place near you very, very soon. And when you try it, tag us on social media at D-Lo McCasey and at McQueen Violet Fog, particularly on Instagram. We want to hear from you. We want to see your pictures. We want to see all of the drinks that you're making so we can share it with the world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. And remember, no matter how good that McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Jesse, make sure you cut that clip, the practice clip, please. We'll make sure we get that up.
Jason said he's good for the link, man. So
okay, yeah. Sorry. Make sure you cut that clip, please, of practice. St. Jones.
It's MacTeen is the lick. West Side is the click.
Marshall Harris.
Yeah, not back.
No. Sorry, I meant when you're cutting clips later. Sorry.
Oh, no.
For social media. And only you only need to cut like maybe 1 or 2 today. Don't work too hard, because I'm gonna run some. We obviously don't want to run anything pertaining to the game tonight because the game's at 7. So we can use that practice clip. Maybe if there's one other thing with Marshall or one other thing with Jason that we can use, that's kind of generic. And then I'll just run a bunch of different ones throughout the weekend to try to, promote the YouTube channel and the podcast and so on. can't get enough of that gangster.
Miss McTeen is the lick. West Side is the click.
I love y'all so much for this. I wish I had teased it that way. De'Aaron Fox is back. Not back, but back. I'm so mad that Sophie thought of that and I didn't. I'm so mad. Back. Not back. But back. That's solid stuff. Wait, did we get okay? I just sent Jason Jones the note, just sent Marshall Harris the note, and Jason is at 320. We could record the audio of this segment and you could post it on the J Street Vibes podcast. So make people feel like the J Street Vibes podcast.
We had a power meeting last night.
Yeah. Third one.
We're making it happen. We're making it happen. There we go, Jesse.
As Sonia said here on the chat, De'Aaron Fox is back. Not back, but he's back. According to league sources, this is from our good buddy James Am. According to league sources, De'Aaron Fox has been cleared to rejoin the team, but he won't play tonight. He's currently undergoing several steps in the process for returning to the court. That's obviously good news for the Kings. James also says Fox will be on the sidelines with his teammates, similar to what we saw from Hassan Whiteside earlier in the year, but he will still be listed in league's health and safety protocols until he is fully prepared to play. There is hope he will make his return soon, but no date has been set. Again, that's courtesy of our man, James Ham.
Okay. Like
so
I said,
he's back, kind of.
Well, he did say he'd be on the sidelines, right? So I think that's a good sign. You know what I'm saying? Like he's good enough for that. You know, maybe he's just not ready to. You know,
I'll be honest. I don't understand. I don't get it. Like he's in health and safety protocols, which you go into health and safety protocols to stop a potential spread,
right?
If he can be now, maybe this is something like, oh, he's got to practice first, or maybe this is something he needs to get back on the court first. We can't just put him out there, but it feels more like he's not able to play yet. That's my take on
it. And I wouldn't understand that. I wouldn't understand Hassan Whiteside where you're in health and safety protocols, but you're on the bench interacting with the team. Right? Maybe it's just a terminology thing. Maybe everything is cool, health and safety wise, and they're just placing it in that.
Sure.
But the thing that would make more sense to me is he's been in health and safety protocols. Say he just got out of it yesterday. Well, he hadn't been able to be in the facilities, hadn't been able to
talk about it like it's solitary confinement. He just got out. I mean, he's got to reacclimate to society, man. He's been away for 10 to 14. Like he's got to reacclimate to society here. Like,
10 to 14. Yeah. But you know, he hasn't been in the practice facility, hasn't practiced or whatever. So he's good health and safety wise, but he can't just throw on a jersey and put him in the middle of a playoff playing contention game.
I hope he's not on the Hassan Whiteside timeline, because if he is, he's never going to play again.
Yeah, we don't know when, how long that was.
Hassan was in like health and safety protocols for like a month and a half.
Come on, man.
He had the worst. Hassan Whiteside had the worst case of health and safety protocols in history. It's like
it was still around others.
And then it was like, hey, is that Hassan right there in the front row? Yeah, that's Hassan right there in the front row.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was still around everybody. What kind of health and safety protocols is that?
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying
that's the 2021. That's not the 2020 health and safety protocols. That's the 2021 health and safety protocols.
That's why I'm going to assume that it's more about being ready. And I don't know, like the health and safety, there may be like players, unions, collective bargaining reasons. Like if you're not in health and safety protocols and you have to be active or injured, I don't know. I'm going to take it as Fox is good, but he has to get reacclimated to King society.
That's tough when you get out. That's one of the most important part. They have transition teams for that. There are some people in the chat here, particularly Ramsey, speculating Hassan Whiteside might still be in health and safety protocols. Not really sure.
Now, I will say this, because when you mentioned it earlier, when you said Fox was out, Harrison was doubtful. Me too was questionable. There was a part of me that thought, man, I wish they were here, but we talked about it yesterday. Maybe you just ride this thing out and you get them acclimated starting on Sunday. And I'm not saying that's their plan, but is that the worst thing in the world?
Well, you're crapping on Oklahoma City again, and I've talked to you about that. That's bit us in the ass before.
Speaking of another player coach incident last night, you see that?
I did not. It was Oklahoma City incident?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
It was maybe it wasn't as intense as Greg Foster, but the coach kind of chewed out Bagley.
Okay.
It was chewing him out, and Bagley,
he's going in,
clapping into his face and all this.
Oh, he's going in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's doing the seal clap like he's. Oh yeah. Oh, that is like massive passive aggressiveness when you let your hands fly like that. Oh yeah, no, this pales in comparison to the Greg Foster thing.
Yeah, wasn't that?
Greg Foster looked like you could, because with my man's here, you can see his mask is pulled down.
Yeah.
With Greg Foster, you couldn't see. All you saw was his eyes, and those eyes, like those were eyes of I'm gonna whoop your ass, dude. It is about to go down. Wait, go ahead. What I envision him saying is, tell me to sit my ass down again. Tell me to sit down again.
That's probably what he was saying.
Come
say it to my face. Come say it right now.
Come tell me to do that again.
And I swear, I'm a bleep, bleep, bleep.
This brother is not nearly as intimidating as Greg Foster.
Are you a good lip reader?
No.
I tried like 5 times to try and see exactly what he was saying. Couldn't do it.
What the coach was saying? Oklahoma City? Oh, he's talking way too fast. I have no freaking idea. He's talking 4,000 miles an hour. Yeah, that ain't it. Yeah, that ain't it. I don't know what he's saying, but that's
they got issues. Stuff. Maybe they can fix them at the end of the season.
I'm with that.
Not on Sunday or Tuesday. Fix them after the season.
Fix them on Wednesday. It worked the last time we tried this. Fix it on Wednesday. Yeah. See what happens.
I wonder if the Spurs got beef.
Ain't nobody gonna go at Pop like that. Is Tim Duncan still there, by the way? Is he still a coach, or is that whole thing over?
That's a good question.
I can't remember. I feel like he left.
But I feel like I saw him not too long ago.
I feel like he just dipped his toe in the water. Was like, nah, I'm good.
Not my job.
I'm good. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna go grow my dreadlocks out. No, he stepped down. I thought so. Like he stepped down to Spurs' assistant. I thought so. So that's just not a thing anymore.
Well, to your original,
literally took someone else. Now it's a whole other conversation. Go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
Well, it is what it is, I guess. Unfortunately.
I want to see Becky go at someone the way Greg Foster did, though. That's what I want to see. I want to see Becky pull that mask down and go at somebody the way Greg Foster did. Let's see some Spurs beef. That's an all-timer
right there. That's an all-timer.
Oh, yeah.
20 years later, uncover the real story and ruin everybody's fun about Greg Foster.
Greg Foster was experiencing some incredible personal trauma when he was told to sit his ass down against the Sacramento Kings in 2021. There's going to be articles on, I would say the undefeated. I don't think Greg Foster fits the criteria for that. So he'd be on ESPN.com.
I could be wrong. I think Greg Foster is undefeated qualified.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
I think he is.
Are you saying Greg Foster's for the culture? Man,
I could be wrong. I think he is.
Kenny is unveiling all sorts of truths today. Is this accurate?
I could be wrong. But I feel like
he's from Oakland, though.
He's definitely from Oakland.
He really from Oakland, though. I don't know why I believe I'm going to find this information out on his Wikipedia page. I have no clue why I believe.
I think he's undefeated eligible.
While in high school, he had the name Bowie tattooed on his left shoulder, as his friends felt he resembled former NBA center Sam Bowie.
Interesting.
What a day. I need to look at this again.
It's almost like Calvin Booth. You remember him. Actually, I think he's a coach now, too. But Calvin Booth had the Cal tattoo on his arm because of, Calvin. And he went to Penn State. It's got the Cal logo tattooed on his arm.
You've lost me. Do the rest of the show without me.
I didn't send Damien down.
I'm inspecting
Greg Foster background checks here.
I'm inspecting his hair.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't have. Okay, here's a good shot.
You remember when he played?
He might be.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
He might be.
He might be undefeated eligible. That sounds bad.
I mean, I just assumed he played for the Jazz. Wow. First Babe Ruth, now Greg Foster. What a day here on D'Lo and KC. Man. This is spectacular. I'm with it. Okay, yeah. Greg Foster. Yeah, there's gonna be story written about this. Mark Spears will have it. Coming up here in
Ramsey
years.
Confirming that what is his name?
I'm not the zone. It is DA Zone. His name is Goga DA Zone. That is his name.
Now Ramsey said that he didn't want nothing with Greg Foster because he's from. Oh man, Max the Don. I see you, big dog. I see you.
I'm one to talk.
He says that Foster or Goga didn't want it at all with Foster because Foster's from the town.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what Bielitsa did to Aaron Aflalo? Do you remember that?
I'm sending
Damien down so many rabbit holes. Remember when Bielitsa was with the Magic?
Yeah.
Aaron Aflalo ran up on him.
Yep.
It could have went south real quick.
It could have.
For Aaron. For Aaron. So you never know. Maybe maybe he's about that life.
Oh man. Okay.
Get here. Oh yeah, OKC's going through some stuff. That's how we got here. And we hope the Spurs are going through something.
Let's hope so. We'll take all the advantages we can get. De'Aaron Fox being on the sideline, hell, maybe that'll be an advantage for the Sacramento Kings. How about this article from The Athletic? They put out a top 10 they put together like an underrated team essentially. Okay. Rudy Gobert was on the list, which I thought was interesting. Like, okay, Rudy Gobert basically owns the defensive player of the year right now. Okay,
the argument is overrated.
They rationalized it, and it was like, okay, they obviously feel a little bit different than you do about Rudy Gobert.
And he's cool, but I can make the argument he's overrated.
Okay,
he's cool. He's all right. He's real okay. Damn good player.
We'll revisit the overrated thing during the commercial break.
Okay.
Rashaan Holmes made the list. Kings fans are well aware of how good Rashaan Holmes is, but that knowledge has not diffused through the rest of the basketball universe. At first glance, that's understandable. He's a bit undersized for a 5 at 6'10", 235. He doesn't shoot threes or post up, and his rebound and shot blocking are solid, but hardly extraordinary. So where's the added value here? Well, much of it lies in the development of one shot. And this is where it gets kind of interesting. Quietly, Holmes has become one of the best floater shooters in the league, which is a rare statement for a center among bigs. His only competition in this category is Jokic. So what he's saying is two things. One, Rashaan Holmes is the MVP.
There we go.
If you're in the category of Jokic, you automatically, right? You're in the MVP.
Absolutely.
Two, he's the only person on the planet who calls this a floater, at least that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
That's not a floater.
That's a push shot to me. That's what I would label it as.
That ain't a floater.
Look, I can see where it's in the same family as the floater. I can see that.
Sure.
I wouldn't call it a floater.
As a cousin.
I wouldn't call it a floater because typically I could see it, but no, I wouldn't call it a floater. It's a push shot.
As a result of that floater, Holmes averages 23.5 points per 100 on 67.5% true shooting. Basically, that one trick turned him from a blob backup big into a pretty valuable offensive player. And he ended it with, it also could turn him into a wealthy man this summer. Holmes is 27 and will be an unrestricted free agent. So whether it's another center needy team or a return to Sacramento, he's looking at a very nice payday.
He's going to be very wealthy at $11 million a year. I'm not trying to stop his money. I just want him to stay here.
Well, he would be. He'd be very wealthy at like. Could it be like, because the Ken Cantanella has done a really good job of structuring out these contracts. We believe that's Ken Cantanella's roles to structure out these contracts to where they fit within the salary cap and all of that stuff. So is it possible that you, hey, Rashaan, here's what we could do. We'll do 11, right? But we'll have a total value contract. So it's like you start at 11, but it goes to, say, 15 next year. And I don't know how that works out. I know Buddy's number, Harrison's number goes down.
Buddy's goes down too.
I think it does.
Yeah.
And then, you already got De'Aaron. You've got a Marvin Bagley situation you might have to deal with then. Of course, we're assuming they're running back the entire roster exactly the same. But you start like with like 11, then you go up to 15, and maybe the 15 goes up to 17, which maybe goes up to 18 or 19 or something like that. And I don't know what the average of that is, but perhaps instead of a $11 million average over 4 years, it becomes more of a $13.5, $14 million over 4 years with the escalators. Of course, it's dangerous to the reason people don't add money at the end of contracts is because you expect players to decline at the end of the contract.
Yeah.
But if you believe you're getting ready to make a move right here, like a move to the playoffs, which if you ever listened to the show before, you better be making a move for the playoffs.
100%.
Then maybe that's not the worst.
I'd be all for it.
Might not be the best strategy. I don't know if it's the worst one, but I'm trying to come up with compromises to where if Charlotte comes along and says, hey, we've got 15 times 4 here for you. Yeah. How can you make it a little bit more appealing for Rashaan Holmes? Because I told you, we've talked about this before. I want Rashaan Holmes here, but I also don't want him to give up any money.
Right.
I'd
be all for it though, man. You know what I'm saying? I'd be all for it simply because, for the Kings to kind of take that risk, simply because Rashaan Holmes is a valuable part of what they're trying to build here. I like his offensive game where it's at. It's not perfect. It's not great. And there's certain limitations that I think he may have as an offensive player, but he finishes around the rim.
What do you think those limitations are?
Like, I don't think he's a guy you could throw on the block.
Okay.
Get it to him, go to work. You know what I'm saying? That's not really his style. That's not his game. But dump offs and screen and rolls, he finishes with authority at the basket. The push shot is automatic, and it's a big weapon now. He makes his free throws for the most. He's actually starting to, like, this month or in April, when he came back, he started missing free throws a little bit more than normal. But that's just that's a aberration. It's not the rule. He's a good free throw shooter for a big man. So I would definitely take that chance with an escalating contract like that to make sure you got him here for the next 3-4 years.
Really banking on it working.
Yeah, it is. It's a gamble. It's a risk. Absolutely. I get that. Who else was on that list?
I'll pull it up for you. Yeah, I'll pull it up for you. The only one that I think I do. I don't. I very much don't. The last Athletic article I was reading was courtesy of Jason Jones. So give me a quick minute here. You'll agree with some of these names. Obviously, we mentioned Rudy Gobert already. Drew Holiday is on the list. Most high usage perimeter players are either properly rated or overrated just by the nature of the beast. They show up in the highlights. They feature in the box score. They're the first guy mentioned in the TV promos. Drew Holiday is a glaring exception, the most underrated high usage guard in the game. It goes on to explain a lot more. I'm not going to read the Athletic article all to you, but Drew Holiday is on the list. DeAnthony Melton is on the list from Memphis, small guard from Memphis. A guy we're going to see tonight, Derek White. Derek White is on the list.
Derek White is good. You know, it's funny when you said somebody we're going to see tonight. Derek White, that boy bad. I like Lonnie Walker. I like Lonnie Walker. That boy can play. That's who I thought they might be going with. But yeah. Okay. Derek Walker.
Clint Capella's on here as well. Jonas Valanciunas, but we are not fans of his around here. Danny Green made the list. A lot of small cards on this list.
Green.
Yeah. Rashaan, your man's Mikal Bridges. Wait, are you a Mikal Bridges guy or a Miles Bridges guy? Or are you just a Bridges guy?
I like them both, but I like Mikal coming out of college. I wanted the Kings to get him.
Where does Nash Bridges rank for you?
Doesn't.
Yeah. I only know that as the show that used to come on before Raw.
Isn't the guy who was on Nash Bridges, isn't he the guy that's on NCIS?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Never seen.
I can't remember who's on Nash Bridges. NCIS.
Is that Don Johnson?
Yes.
Is Nash Bridges Don Johnson?
I see. That's what I was thinking. I know he's on NCIS. I couldn't remember his name, but I thought he might have been on Nash Bridges. Could be wrong.
Kyle Anderson, small forward out of Memphis. A lot of Memphis guys on the list. Let's see who else
Anderson,
here.
Slow-mo. Slow-mo is kind of
honorable mention. Special apologies to Larry Nance Jr. Miles Bridges, Lonzo Ball gets a little love here. Christian Wood gets a little love. Dante DiVincenzo, that still kind of hurts a little bit. DeJounte Murray.
DeJounte. I'm surprised they went Derek Walker and DeJounte Murray ahead of Lonnie Walker. I like Lonnie Walker. I'd love to have Lonnie Walker in Sacramento.
Okay. We're going to need some cap space to get all of these guys that you like here in Sacramento. We're going to have to figure out how to navigate this cap a little better because essentially over the last 2 days, you pretty much want to bring everybody back.
Yeah.
We went from blowing it up, except for Core.
Now
bringing everybody back.
We've added to the core.
And now the core is bigger. Now the core is where we thought it was like a year ago.
Yeah.
Or Tyrese wasn't in a year ago. So it was kind of like, boy, we've got to make sure we've got cap money for De'Aaron and Marvin when they get those max contracts. We talked about everything that Kings fans have been through for the last 15 years. That's just what Kings fans have been through in the last couple months.
Man, this has been a crazy season.
We went from we legitimately went from Marvin Bagley being a max player, like rookie year, we had Marvin pegged as the max player with De'Aaron Fox, to now wondering if he's even going to see the final year of his contract in the Kings uniform. And if he does, what are the odds of him being back for a rookie extension? And you heard Bobby Marks with this yesterday. If you didn't, go back to the podcast. Search D'Lo and KC on Odyssey, Apple, Google, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast from. Subscribe, rate, and review, by the way. And listen to the interview with Bobby Marks. We isolate all of the interviews for you so you could listen to them in short order in case you don't want to listen to the whole 4-hour show, which you should every day. But he talked about that rookie contract is really difficult. It's really difficult. Like it's almost like a quarterback contract.
Yeah. Like
coming off of the rookie, like you're either a max guy or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
And Marvin obviously, right? Obviously isn't a max guy.
I would say obviously.
I'm gonna need you to say it. Okay.
Well,
I'm going to need you to say obviously Marvin isn't a max guy
right now.
Okay.
But if he plays next year and he blows up,
if he plays like he did yesterday or 2 days ago,
or hell, if he's played like he has in these last 4 games next year, he may turn into that max guy. Today he's not. Today he's not. But I don't know. But
that's a tough contract to negotiate. That's the Steph Curry deal where you land on the greatest bargain in the history of professional sports.
Exactly. And if I'm the Kings, maybe I just try to sneak. It's a gamble, almost like Rashaan Holmes. But maybe I try to sneak in that deal right now and try and give him, what would you say, maybe a little bit more than he's worth, so to speak. So I don't know.
But why do it now, though?
Because if he blows up next year, that's going to be.
I see what you mean. Okay, you mean do it before the contract runs out.
Right. So like right now, I don't even have all the figures in front of me. But if a max deal is 5 and 100, maybe you try to give him 4 and 65 right now, and maybe he's worth 3 and 35, but you give him 4 and 65. Banking on the fact that he's going to be a max type player and you got him for the cheap.
Yeah.
I don't think Marvin would take that, though. I think he's going to gamble on himself if they try to give him less than the max.
Questions for the offseason. Questions for tonight's game against the San Antonio Spurs. It was Marshall Harris who dubbed it the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center.
Right. Yeah.
This is going to be a 27-minute victory lap for Marshall Harris. I'm excited to talk to our guy from CBS 13. Marshall Harris joins us next. You should join us too on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or the radio, that works beautifully too, no matter where you're at. We appreciate you for listening to us. Marshall joins us next here on Dealing with KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Okay, so this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I had no idea. And I Googled.
Oh, Mark.
And they look exactly alike.
Mark Harmon was in summer school. You never seen summer school? Yeah, summer school used to be on all the time, like I don't Channel 31 at like noon. No, I saw that when I was a kid.
Don't mind me. You know what I saw last night, though? Reese actually found it, and it was one of my favorite movies growing up. Rookie of the Year. You remember that movie? Where the kid broke his arm and came back and was a Cubs pitcher? Yeah, we watched that last night. Little Big League.
Yeah,
that's where I got the analogy of being happy for somebody making a shot. And it's a single, and he's like, I told you he's coming back. I told you. He's like, if you're that happy for a seeing eye single, that tells you all you need to know. I didn't. I don't want to say I did. Like it was cool, but it's not on the same level as Rookie of the Year and Little Big League for me. I don't know why it didn't resonate with me the same way.
Let's see if we can it's going to take too long. I'm going to try to show Deuce and Mo some love here. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be able to orchestrate this quick enough. Sorry, guys. Go check out Deuce's Twitter. He did the bit that he was hinting at yesterday. The key race alert. Best wrestling movie ever.
The Wrestler, does that count?
Yeah, that Joker hit home.
Yeah, I don't know why he had to saw off his finger, but okay.
You have to saw off his finger?
You
Ready to Rumble is terrible. He sawed off his finger?
Remember in the video, he's working at the butcher shop and he just puts his finger.
Right. Yeah.
Just quit.
Yeah.
That was disturbing. You said Mick Foley worked at a butcher shop? Oh, gosh. Mick Foley would saw off his ear if he was...
The one remaining ear he has.
John King at the Magic Wall. We take a look at this beautiful map. 50 states represented, 30 NBA teams represented. Not every state has an NBA team, but we are focusing on a key race, the play-in race in the Western Conference.
Get them thumbs up. Oh, and subscribe too if you haven't subscribed yet.
Franchise history. They hope to hang on to that. New Orleans, they're trying to get into the play. But all of a sudden,
I love everyone's confused between Mark Harmon and Mark Summers. That's making my day.
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
I mean, I was thinking it, but since Manny said it, I'll put it on the screen. Mark Harmon and Mark Summers no, they don't look alike. They definitely do not look alike.
Mark Summers.
Yeah, they do not look alike.
Making sure Mark.
Did you ever see Double Dare?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What, Manny? Stop it. Manny, stop it. Manny, stop it.
Yeah.
First of all, I could be wrong. Remember, I'm bad with these things. I'm not sure Mark Harmon is white.
What are you doing today?
I don't think he is. Look at
Mark
him.
Harmon.
Mark Summers is white. I don't think Mark Harmon is. I could be wrong here.
Mark. That's
Mark
a white
Harmon?
guy. Mark Harmon. That's a white guy.
NCIS. Is Don Johnson white?
Yes. He's from Miami Vice.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they might have something going on. Man. They don't look like Mark Summers.
I don't know, but Mark Harmon is white. Marshall got the news.
All right, Mom, I'm going on the radio, so you gotta be quiet, keep it down, all right?
What's the name of that you want? Mine.
No, not yours. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Appreciate you for being here as we ride along on this Friday. Very much expecting this to be one long victory lap for our dear, longtime, close personal friend. By the way, where are you right now?
I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm in what they call God's country.
Do they make internet in God's country, or do they make it the way of KC's internet?
I don't know. We're about to find out one way or another. I'm on Wendy Harris's internet, and she took her forever to go find her passcodes because I haven't logged on in 2 years because that's the last time I was in Huntsville, Alabama. But I'm here visiting my parents for Mother's Day weekend. But I could not miss this. I could not miss coming on the day of. I'm going to say the second. I've been corrected. The second biggest game ever in Golden One Center history, because game number one was when they opened up Golden One Center.
That's cheesy.
In Sacramento.
That's cheesy.
That don't count. This is the.
That's what I was told. That's what I was told by longtime suffering Kings fan Mitch Hanner. At Mom, can I just? Okay, thanks. She's in the background trying to jump in.
Can Mom wave to us or something? I mean, not everybody is watching, but it's Happy Mother's Day, Miss. Hey, Happy Mother's Day.
Mother's Day weekend.
So yeah. So you guys are with me that this is the biggest game in Golden One Center history.
I am, yes.
Yes, Marshall.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Just make sure everybody's on the same page here. As usual, I lay out what page that is, and you guys say, of course, Marshall.
Let's calm down.
But you know what? Forget about that. Let me just say, I apologize. I do that for Damien because as of late, the great Kenny Caraway is lockstep with what I'm putting down.
I mean, we're brothers from another mother.
We have a team push broom that we can push. It's got two handles. And right now, we just push that thing and glide. And Damien just away.
What's the sport? What's the movie? Synchronized ice skating, or figure skating, whatever.
Blades of Glory.
There we go. That's us. Yeah.
We're gonna skate to one song and one song only.
It's provocative.
It's provocative.
You guys are dorks. I'm gonna tell you that, both of you, right now. You're little.
Okay. All right. I'd rather be a right dork than a wrong whatever a not dork is. Okay.
Well, hey. So Marshall.
Normally, this isn't you, by the way. Can I point this out real quick, Casey? Normally, this isn't Marshall, who's like, if they just win one more game. Normally, you're like the opposite. Normally, Marshall's more of the guy of like, hey, everybody relax, calm down. Marshall's normally like the level, like right here guy.
Have I said anything that's not true, Damian?
No, but normally you're not the one pointing out, if they win one, have you looked at the Spurs schedule? That's normally not you.
But you say that, but like, it would be different if the Spurs had like the 5th most difficult schedule remaining, or the 10th most difficult schedule remaining. When you literally take the time to go through the Spurs schedule, all you can really do is say, oh, here's a team that's lost 5 games in a row. And I don't see anything outside of the Sacramento Kings as anything that can get them headed in the other direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, this is literally the easiest game left on the Spurs schedule tonight.
I feel the same way. That's how you got it. And that's almost the reason why I want to, like, you have to take advantage of these opportunities if you're the Kings and you're trying to make the play-in game situation. But because of that Spurs schedule, I'm hesitant to say this is a must-win game. I said when there was 8 games left, if the Kings go 6-2 and the Spurs go 2-6, they're good. I think the Spurs will get the tiebreaker if they win this one. So that's another.
That's why the game is so important.
Yeah.
If you lose this game, and I think it's appropriate that this game has become what it has, because if you'll remember, following the trade deadline, the first game that the Kings played was against the Spurs, and these new kids came out like new kids on the block back in the you-know-whats.
Mm-hmm.
Our younger listeners. And this was busting on their heads. Now, if it comes full circle, because if you can beat San Antonio again, it's like, which Kings team is it? Is it the one that lost that first game, won the first game after the trade deadline, or is it the Kings team that lost the second game after the trade deadline?
Right.
Back against the Kings, against the Spurs, if you remember. Yeah. So that's what makes this all the more intriguing. I wonder what that atmosphere is going to be like at Golden One Center, because I think a little crowd can make a lot of noise. Mm-hmm. And, if you're down there tonight, you're expecting a party. And Sacramento's as open as it has been since the pandemic started. So I expect there to be a party going on outside the Golden One Center. I think Doko can become that King's Landing that, people talk about and dream about, and only a dream because, let's be honest, there hasn't been anything to come in for a landing for Doko since the Kings moved to Golden One Center.
Normally, landing is preceded by crash. That's when it comes to the Kings normally, but this time it feels like it could be. It feels like it could be a little bit different. The season is coming to an end, right? Whether it ends in a play-in tournament, whether it ends in them coming up just short, or whether the next handful of games just go terribly. Like who really knows? But in all likelihood, the season is coming to a conclusion pretty soon here. Barring a playoff run past the play-in game, do you think that the Sacramento Kings front office, Monty McNair and that crew, have made any decisions already about what they're going to do this offseason? And do you think the Kings' current play, or in even their play over the course of the next week, is going to influence those potential decisions at all?
One, I want to say congratulations on finally getting that distinction between postseason, play-in, and playoff. You very, very good job, because I seem like earlier in the season you were having some problems delineating between the difference between play-in and playoff. Oh, you can roll your eyes, you can side-eye me, whatever. I'm just bringing up the facts of what was going on and how I had to lay it out for you guys. And here you are bringing it back to me in proper form now. It's like I feel like a proud father. Really, really.
I like it a lot better when you're going at Kenny and not me. I'm gonna tell you that.
I mean, Kenny was a little bit on that, but he was like, no, I see. Kenny was very quick to admit that, yes, there's a difference between a play-in and a playoff. But that's neither here nor there. Damian, it's good vibes only right now. To answer your question, I do think, of course, Monty McNair has made some decisions. I don't think he's made all the decisions. If you remember at the beginning of the season, I told you the most important thing about the season was what? Let's see if y'all were, see how the listening comprehension was. What was the most important thing about this season, period?
Evaluating growth, evaluating
one player in particular. Marvin Bagley. That's like, if you don't figure that out by the end of the season's a wash. And I think we have more answers on why his ceiling is higher than, most players. And there's still like that faction of Kings fans that probably want to trade Marvin Bagley, right? Tired of his dad don't believe in him, impatient, whatever. But I told y'all, you trade a player that young, he better not be good for somebody else because you're going to be kicking yourself for a decade. Straight up a decade. And so my only question is, has Monte McNair figured out what he wants to do with Marvin Bagley? Because some of the other parts, Buddy Hield, Rashaan Holmes, okay, like I could go either way depending on what your plan is. But when you have someone with that type of ceiling, the reason now Monte McNair didn't take him number 2 overall, but he was taken overall number 2 for a reason. Then you better be sure about what you're doing with him in the future. So I don't know if he's figured that out yet. I would assume he has, but come on, man. You're in Sacramento where what's the biggest signing Sacramento's done free agency wise?
Corey Brewer.
Who?
Corey Brewer.
I mean, since they've been in Sacramento, that Corey Brewer is what you're going to give me?
It's actually bloody, but
isn't it
There's
bloody?
only 2 ways to build a team. It's through the draft, through trade, if you're in Sacramento. And I'm not saying they can't make a big trade, but draft is the most surefire way to get talent.
Isn't there one more person Monty should be evaluating?
Who are we talking about?
I feel like you just named pretty much everybody except the one who might be the one judged first.
You're not talking about the point guard, are you?
Okay, you're adorable. I'm talking about Luke Walton.
Oh, you're talking about I thought we were talking about players. Listen.
Because the day after the season ends, Marshall, the day after the regular season ends, assuming, of course, there's no play-in or anything like that, the day after the regular, there's going to be a tweet or an announcement or something that says the Sacramento Kings are moving forward with Luke Walton, blah, 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 or the Sacramento Kings have parted ways with Luke Walton. That announcement is probably going to be made. If it's not going to be made that Monday, it's certainly going to be made within the early days of the end of the season. I have to imagine that it's Monday. So do you think that is something that do you think that's a decision, if it's been made, that it can be swayed, or do you think it's still, hey, let's see how he finishes this out, we'll decide later?
That's a great question. You know what? Usually, as you know, I have an answer for that one. I don't have an answer. My answer is I don't know. I would think you would want to have an answer to that question. You would want to be able to make a statement, especially because, as you know, as far as coaching carousels go, you got to get on that thing early if you want to get your guy. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of proven coaches out there who are rumored to be on the ropes with their current job, who have proven that they can win. Maybe they can't win a title, but they can win. Luke, with the exception of having one of the greatest teams of all time, has not proven that he can coach a winner. Mm-hmm. Or you can look at his interim run with Golden State. Outside of that, I mean, he did have LeBron James for a whole season. Well, most of a whole season, and wasn't able to get. So that's what I don't know, but I'm curious. Yeah. I really want to know. I know you, Damien, have been on every which end of that seesaw, from the middle, from the get rid of Luke Walton to the it's not Luke Walton's fault. Where are you today? Just so I can, for my.
No, that's not true. I've maintained this. I believe that Luke Walton has had points this year where he's done good. I don't think that Luke is a good coach. That's solely my opinion. I don't think Luke is a good coach. But whatever is said, I'm for it, because I've made the decision. I'm going to ride with Monte McNair. I'm going to trust Monte McNair to figure this out. So if he decides Luke is the guy, that's his biggest decision to date. If he decides Luke's the guy, okay, Luke's the guy. He better be right, because if he's wrong, his ass is out too. If Luke's not the guy, that's fine. I'm going to trust him to conduct a proper coaching search where you interview people and determine that he is the guy moving forward.
I disagree
for me, Marshall, I don't think he's a good coach.
I disagree with your assessment that if Luke is the guy, then he is out. If Luke is his guy for another season, that doesn't mean Monte McNair is not on the clock until he does hire his next coach because of the financial situation, and we don't know all the constraints. No, I'm saying
I understand. But if that's a factor in Luke staying, that's a problem. Like if Luke is staying as the head coach because Monty stuck with him, that's unfair to Monte McNair.
Oh, okay, so you do understand that is a possibility.
Do I understand it's a possibility? Yes, but I can't believe that it is. Like, if this year is a gap year and Monty wants to fire Luke, is next year a gap year too because he can't fire him?
No, that's an organizational thing. That's you come up with like what you think of the Sacramento Kings as an organization, and some of the moves that maybe the ownership has had its hands on, and not just front office only. Then you have to ask yourself, is Monty McNair being given like 100% doing whatever he wants without worrying about oversight? And that's a question I have. I don't know the answer to that. We don't hear from Monty McNair much. We don't hear from the owner much. What's happened recently, even with the Tyrese Halliburton stuff, with the announcement of the injury, the way that went down. In other NBA cities I've worked in, the GM would come out and talk about that. That is a significant injury to your first pick in last year's draft. A guy who's having a rookie of the year caliber season to be in the discussion. He'll get votes, whether they're first, third, second, third place votes. That's another story. But usually you don't leave hang the coach out to dry to have to answer questions about that. That's when the office comes in after talking to the medical staff, where they can lay things out cleanly and transparently for not only the media, but media is just a conduit to the fans, but really the fan base.
Real quick, KC, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Marshall Harris of CBS 13 with us live from Huntsville, Alabama. KC,
I want to ask Marshall the same question that you asked about Luke Walton, and double back to Marvin Bagley, because I know you kind of, I want to get a little more clarification on it. You said that maybe Monty knows what he wants to do. Should he know what he wants to do with him right now? And can that change? Like, if he was like 2 weeks ago, like, we're moving on from this dude, I would honestly, me personally, I'd be like, I don't know. I got to rethink that now after seeing what I saw this past week or so.
Yeah, I don't think 2 weeks ago he should have known what he was going to do with Marvin Bagley necessarily. Seeing him certainly in the method that you've seen him over the last week or so, that would sway me. But I'm never in the camp of we need to move on from Marvin Bagley. Like, sometimes I think as media members, especially in sports talk radio, right? Whether it's radio, whether it's anything where you interact with fans, you can be swayed to think that this is what all the fans want. I was never on the get Marvin Bagley out of town train. I told you guys that. I was like, there's nobody else on this roster outside of De'Aaron Fox that has as high a ceiling as Marvin Bagley. Why are you trying to get rid of him before you fully know what he is capable of? And I was like, I'm sorry, he's been too hurt for too many seasons to be able to make a clear evaluation. You can make a baseline evaluation, and his baseline has been pretty strong. The ceiling part is all I care about, because I need players that can help me win when your team hasn't been to the playoffs going on 15 years. Yeah. So I don't think Monty McNair would ever like get Marvin Bagley out of town. I would hope not. But if he was, let's say some chance he was, yeah, he's got to reevaluate that. He's got to rethink that. Yeah. Because you're not just going to get rid of him for nothing. Now, if you're trading Marvin Bagley for another superstar type player as part of a package deal, that's another discussion we can have. But just to be like, we're getting rid of our number 2 overall pick because he's been hurt and we don't like his dad, stop. I mean, like, remember how they used to talk about a certain couple of players' father and whether or not that would affect the way that he played it? I mean, last I checked, them Ball brothers do all right. And, you would want them on your team. Like, even if New Orleans parts with Lonzo Ball, is he going to have a problem finding another job?
No. And
hey, can I throw something at you real quick?
Oh, always.
Shams just tweeted, Pelican star Zion Williamson has a fractured left ring finger and will be sidelined indefinitely.
Oh, man.
That's terrible news.
It is terrible news, but you know what I'm doing right now.
Yep. I know what you're doing. That's man.
Because we haven't talked about the Pelicans as another team that the Kings would have to jump to get into the play-in situation. But with the Brandon Ingram news, that's terrible news for New Orleans.
I'm just gonna pour a little out for that ring finger.
Wow, dude. These injuries, man. These players are as injured as they've ever been in this shortened season, compacted season, COVID-affected still season. And Zion is a beast, man. Like I love him play because he's just like, stop me if you can. And ever since they made him into point guard Zion, he's just been all that more just like, I don't know if you can maintain that in the postseason. Not that they're in the postseason, but like having him in the half court, just do that in kind of the way Giannis does for the Bucks in the season. I don't know if that can be sustainable for your offense, but he's so young. And
that really sucks. And that's
the rest of their games. Now you just said that.
That's really unfortunate, given they're one game ahead of the Sacramento Kings in the standings.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Casey.
Well, the other thing about that, there's a couple things. Number one, that's another injury for Zion. You know, as great as he is, it's another injury. And, you know, we just talk about Marvin Bagley, and maybe these guys just got to get used to things, but another injury for Zion, freak injury or whatever. The other thing about that is my first reaction, everybody's first reaction, sucks for the Pelicans. They're done. Well, well, look here. The Kings lost their 3 best players. And look where we're at today. When Jamal Murray went down, Nuggets are done. They've ascended since then. I don't know if the Pelicans have that in them, but this season's been too crazy for me to say there goes the Pelicans. Who knows?
Necessarily there goes the Pelicans, but it's going to be hard for the Pelicans to catch who's in the maybe it won't be hard for the Pelicans to catch the Spurs.
We're like a game behind the Spurs, I think.
Yeah, they're a game and a half behind the Spurs. So
they play like their last 5 games on the road, though. That's the crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's why the first thing came. The Warriors play all their games at home for the rest of the season. And I know one of the stops is the Pelicans have to go see them, and that's. They already had a rough schedule, rougher schedule than both the Kings and the Spurs, not the Spurs, but the other team I'm trying to think of. I can't think of which team it is. It's the Grizzlies. Yeah.
We've talked a lot about the future, and Casey just laid out what the Kings have been doing. What do you think about what's happening like right now with, De'Aaron Fox will be back on the sideline tonight, but he won't be in the game. Obviously Tyrese won't be around. I think Chimezie Metu is questionable. Harrison Barnes is doubtful. What do you think about the way the team has played over the course of the last week or so in these 4 games?
I think this team, the players on this team have a way, have a path, have a chance, an opportunity to endear themselves to the city of Sacramento like few players ever have as a group. Like if they find a way, somehow, some way to get in, just to get into the postseason, just to the play-in, not playoff, but the postseason, it's going to make them like it's the stuff that folk tales are made of. Like remember that year, like DeLon writing them, just who was playing with them. They just like, we're going to find a way. And I do want to say this. I made a note of it. I was like, can we just talk about the level of just sheer intensity, hair on fire defense that this team has played last 3 games? Like this is the film, and Luke Walton mentioned it the other day, but like this is the film you want to show, but this is how we have to play all the time. Like they put that second unit on the floor the other day, and I was like cringing at how awful they were on the offensive end. But it really didn't matter because defensively, deflections and steals and block shots and all, it's the NBA. If you can do that, you can win games. Period. Period.
Yeah. They got grimy. That defensive energy was just real grimy. They got in the mud. They got their hands dirty. All the analogies you want to use, but they put their nose in it. You know what I mean? Like all those guys were in it. Even Buddy Hield, we talked about yesterday. Buddy Hield was out here communicating. Buddy Hield was making sure everybody was where they're supposed to be. Maybe he wasn't always where he was supposed to be, but he was in tune on the defensive end, like we haven't seen him for much of the season.
That shade you threw at the end, maybe
I'm being fair. He don't have to be perfect, but I love where his mindset is.
Bottom line is offense is sexy, defense is ugly. And you know what? Give me your ugly defense. Like just
get ugly.
Just get ugly with it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Take your shirt off and be even if you dad bod, get ugly with it.
Marshall Harris, CBS 13, live from Huntsville, Alabama. Celebrate. What did you get? Is Mom still in the room?
She knew I was about to handle business. She's like,
we got a big day Sunday, right? What's Huntsville like? What's Huntsville, Alabama like?
Huntsville done changed, man. Huntsville, I haven't been here in 2 years because of the pandemic. Huntsville is different, man. They try to get bougie out here in Alabama. It's by far the most bougie city in the state of Alabama. Like I rolled past this little fast food joint used to exist called Captain D's Fish, right? A brand new like built up Chick-fil-A with the twin drive-throughs. I was like, oh y'all one of these cities now. Okay. It's Huntsville's nice, man. It's got some facts about Huntsville, Alabama. It's the Rocket City, the home of Space Camp. Have you ever seen the movie Space Camp from back in the 80s with Leah Thompson? It was filmed right here in Huntsville, Alabama, because that's where Space Camp is, right here. It's a huge nerd city, like aerospace engineers everywhere. Second most PhDs per capita of any city in the country. It's a bunch of nerds, man. We just hanging out. And it's also a military town. So like 2/3 of the people who live in Huntsville aren't even from the state of Alabama. That's what people are like, where's your Huntsville? Where's your accent? I'm like, it's here, but like, it's not like that here all the time, you know? It's got a bunch of out-of-staters hanging out.
Is it closer to
It's an hour and a half south of Nashville, hour and a half north of Birmingham, right off I-65.
Well, I was about to say, are they more Crimson Tide or Auburn?
Oh, that's just interspliced throughout the way. That's that's just, are you Auburn or Alabama? It's like the first thing you get asked first grade when you're 6 years old. Make your decision. I hope your parents raised you wisely. So
thought the Blood Crips were serious. Jeez.
My goodness.
Alabama, Auburn. You know the story about my man poisoning like tumors trees.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like it's real down here. Like
that's when we got.
They take it a little too seriously.
That's where we got the famous Roll Damn Tide.
All of that. War Eagle, Roll Tide. Yo, choose wisely. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. How down? Like how emotional are y'all gonna get tonight if the Kings win this game? Versus how emotional are you going to get tonight if the Kings were to lose this game? Make your decisions beforehand and just expect results.
It's McQueen either way.
Marshall Harris, 100%. Marshall Harris, CBS 13, live from Huntsville, Alabama. We appreciate you always carving out time for us, even when you're hanging out with moms, man. We're going to come back. We've got a lot more to talk about. We'll dive more into Zion. Marshall was mentioning injuries. I think we should talk about that as well because Anthony Davis returned and then exited again.
Oh,
we've got that coming up here as D'Lo and Casey roll along on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're clear. Thanks, man.
Tonight, though, bruh, it's that good. It's that good. It's a 9 o'clock start. So like, soon as my parents go to bed, I'm on the TV. League pass. Like, let's see what's really good with the Kings.
This is must-see TV, and it just got even more interesting. Sorry, Zion.
Listen, man. DeMar DeRozan might go for 50 tonight. I'm just like,
he might.
They're gonna be desperate, man. They got to do something.
Like they know, like just as much as Kings and their fans know they have to have this game, the Spurs are like, if we don't win this game tonight, it gets real.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Pop doesn't miss the playoffs. I mean,
they're gonna come out. They're gonna come out ready to play. They're gonna come out ready to play. And I don't know.
But my new favorite King is DeLon Wright because he just be taking it in stride. Like, I have started some games in the NBA before. It's like
I'm not new to this.
I'm not a scrub. Like, don't play with me. So I'm with it. And Marvin Bagley's on my fantasy team. Great pickup by me. Great.
we might not get to this on the show, but they want to know your thoughts on Albert Pujols.
Yeah, I wanted to fit that in, but
my bad. I talked too much. I apologize.
No, please. We were sticking with the Kings for a reason, but what do you think?
I haven't seen the latest, but just ride off into the sunset, dog. It's all good. Like,
isn't he like 10 home runs away from 661 or something like that?
Do those numbers even matter anymore?
No. If I'm 10 away, I'm gonna hang on for the rest of the season.
Yo, the cereal connection, man. You might want to get some new cereal. That's your plan. But Pujols is a Hall of Famer, first ballot, all that, whatever. Like, it doesn't have to end ugly, dog. You can just ride off and be good. Like, yeah, I'm with it. Like, athlete empowerment forever, ever.
You come to the Giants. Let's go.
You want to play in the field?
No, he play first base every now and then. I mean, Brandon's better. Just put him out there.
Okay, that's
Right. Ramsey talking about 33 from 700. That ain't happening.
Yeah, that was never gonna happen.
He's gonna play
all
10
right,
more
I want
years.
you guys to have a great Mother's Day weekend and everything else. Hope you can celebrate with you and yours. That goes for all y'all in the chat as well. I'm gonna be on Twitter tonight just to take the room as the game progresses along. So
I'm gonna keep Sarah company on Sunday night too. So we'll hold things down for you.
Y'all gonna get all the way into it Sunday.
Yeah, we'll hold things down for you.
All right, I'll see y'all later, man. Appreciate
All
y'all.
right, thanks,
Take
Marshall.
care.
Switch. Yeah. I feel bad when I didn't know he was on vacation. Then I saw like him tweet something. Or yeah, I didn't know he was out of town. And then I saw him tweet something about Huntsville. I was like, man, Marshall,
Huntsville, Alabama.
You can miss it. Like, it's cool. Like, we love having you. He seems to like joining us a lot. So
We enjoy having him too.
hell yeah.
That's crazy about Zion, man. Dang.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough.
Turn this fan up because I'm getting cold.
That does not happen in my house, boy. That don't happen here. Oh, my Soda Stream stuff came. Yeah, my Soda Stream stuff is at the door, baby. Make my little McQueen and the Violet Fog cocktail tonight. And when I say tonight, I mean, like 4:05. I know it's not. I get it. But this is Mace to me.
Absolutely.
I understand that it's not. But it's Mace to me. Like when that beat hits, I want to go, ah!
That's like been around the world. I know that's somebody else, but that's been around the world.
Yeah. Indeed. Well, More Money, More Problems. That's the only one where it's like, nah. That's the Queen. That belongs to Diana.
All due respect to the Queen.
That belongs to Diana.
What about Can't Nobody Hold Me Down? Do they have that? I mean, that's been remade a couple times.
It's like, yeah, that's Ice Cube. It's Ice Cube.
I don't know. They might have took that one. They might have. They might have.
Man, that's really tough news for Zion Williamson. I am Will Smith sitting in the chair like, well, season's almost over. He's got a whole season to recover. Like, no big deal. I mean, Portland, you should have been in a better, or not Portland, New Orleans, you should have been in a better situation anyway. But Zion Williamson, fractured left ring finger. It's not the end of the world. Could be the end of the season. It's not the end of the world. We'll see. Hey, do the Pelicans have the heart of the Sacramento Kings? Does that bench have the heart that the Sacramento Kings bench have? Do they have a DeLon Wright who can step in? Do they have a Mo Harkless who can step in? Do they have a Chimezi Metu? Ain't nobody got a Chimezi Metu in us. There ain't no Freeport in New Orleans.
There ain't no Freeport. 9th Ward, 8th Ward. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Uptown. Nah, it's about Freeport.
Ain't got no TD out there.
It is.
They're going to have somebody step up, though, if they want to keep it. We outlined their schedule. They're on the road. It's just that simple. They are on the road to close this season out. So they're going to have to pull some things together as this playoff rate, man, this play-in race, it may really tighten up tonight, depending on what the Sacramento Kings do. And we're going to talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings. Jason Jones, formerly of the J Street Vibes podcast, currently of The Athletic and the I Watch Wrestling podcast. Wow, that's got to hurt, Kenny. He's going to join us coming up. He's going to join us coming up about an hour from now. Kenny ain't even got all this stuff out the house before Jason moved on. Man, Jason got more podcasts than I do.
He everywhere. We ain't never there.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Marshall was talking about those injuries when we brought him that news about Zion Williamson, and Anthony Davis returned to the lineup. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. Anthony Davis returned to the lineup last night for the Los Angeles Lakers, but he only played 9 minutes. So he like fell backwards, and I guess he started suffering from back spasms. I don't know if if like his back tightened up and that's why he fell backwards. I don't know if he slipped on something, and then when he did, that's when he started suffering back spasms. But regardless, it's just kind of another thing added on to what's going on with the Los Angeles Lakers. Yeah. And we've got, by the way, you talk about race. We've got the Lakers and the Blazers tonight. The 6 and the 7 can switch spots tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Lakers could legitimately be in a play-in scenario by the time the night is over.
I'm starting to think they're going to be there. They're going to be in the playing game. And the way it's looking right now, they'd be playing the Warriors. That's going to be crazy.
Don't want to see Steph. Don't want to see Steph in the offs. You don't want to see Steph in the playing game. I've been listening to 95.7 the game a lot the last couple of days. This way, if I was Joe, you don't want to see Steph. If I was Joe Shasky, this is what Joe Shasky would say. You Steph Curry. Steph Curry will beat anybody. He will beat LeBron James. He will beat Anthony Davis. He will do it by himself because he's the greatest player to ever exist. I'm telling you. And then you got Trey Lance in the stands. It's crazy. That's what Joe Shasky.
Underdog, put that on a clip.
That's what our man Joe Shasky would do if he heard Kenny talking about the Lakers and the Warriors.
All that I be hearing about, you don't want to see Steph and all this other stuff. They better win. They better win. Everybody, hey, you don't want to see Steph. You don't want to. They better make the playoffs. Don't want to see Steph. I don't want to see him either. But
don't put that on Steph. Like it's not Steph out there going back. You don't want to see me. That ain't Steph doing that.
Draymond.
Don't let the sins of Joe Shasky.
Everybody's terrified.
Let's not put credence into things Draymond Green says, please. Let's just. I don't. In fact, let's just move along here. But yeah, the Lakers and the Blazers tonight. Is it worth pointing out? You know, with Zion, and I know we've kind of talked about this a little bit throughout the year. You know You talked about the Lakers being in a play-in situation. You know, they lost that game last night against the Clippers. LeBron James, according to Shams, he's going to be back next week. I know, not Shams. LeBron tweeted something today. What was it? It got my attention. It's all fun and games till the rabbit got the gun.
Come on, man.
I don't know that analogy.
You never heard that though?
Maybe.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
I've heard it ain't no fun when the homies can't have none. And that's one of the songs on the block list that you shouldn't listen to anymore. You listen to it secretly. You don't listen to it out loud. But maybe I've heard it before. So what is it? Is it like a Looney Tunes reference? Like what? Someone turns around on Elmer Fudd and they got the gun, like Bugs Bunny's got the gun?
Maybe that's where it comes from. I have heard that though. So all fun.
Okay.
Got the gun.
So is LeBron the rabbit?
See, that's a crazy part of him about him saying that.
So LeBron really think that he's the rabbit?
All of a sudden, LeBron is the rabbit. Like, oh yeah, I'm the underdog.
LeBron does a great job. LeBron does it. He'll tweet stuff for us to talk about. But I think he really does it to like it's self-motivation. Like he's gonna like if you ever working out, like, come on, man, come on, we got one more set, come on, one more sprint, one more round, whatever it may be. LeBron just does it all publicly. Yeah, I'm the underdog. Like, okay, the rabbit got the gun. Well, it's all fun till the rabbit got the gun. Like,
look, I just think
LeBron, you've been to like 20 NBA finals. Like, what are you talking about?
I just think he's overly dramatic.
That's probably true.
That's in his nature.
I've once seen him get carried off the court because of cramps, so that's truly possible. He broke his wrist and he shattered his wrist into a billion pieces at the end of an NBA Finals game and recovered to hit a free throw to win for the Kings.
Playing the country one person at a time to that moment in Game 7.
But with all that said, the Lakers deserve to be stalled out a little bit. I think there's a couple of teams that deserve to be stalled out. The Nets lost yesterday. Here's why, though. Here's why. The Lakers' season ended like not that long ago. Remember, the Lakers had an offseason of like a week and a half. A slight exaggeration there. But they had a really, really short, what was it, like 2 months and some change? I think it was in the 70-day range from their last game in the NBA Finals to the start of the NBA season. So you have the short condensed off season, right? And you already have, or you have the short condensed off season, and now you've got a condensed regular season. And it's like, yeah, no wonder teams are getting banged up. I don't expect the Lakers to repeat.
I mean, it's not,
and I think that's part of
right now.
And it's not. Let's see, and then I'm going to take you in a different direction. I don't think the Nets are winning the championship.
Well, I still think they're winning the championship.
I don't even know that they're getting out of the Eastern Conference. They need some semblance of health, and I don't feel like they can get it.
I put it to you like this, and the reason why I looked at you like that when you said, stalling the Lakers out, is you're right. Like, I get it, but ain't no time for all that. It's time. This ain't February where it's like, they're struggling, stall them out. They just got to get healthy. To your point, ain't no time for stalling.
No, I'm stalling them out, and then they're not winning. Like, I'm not talking about, they've got to get right. Oh, they're not playing well. No, this ain't it for you. The Lakers, sorry, guys, you weren't planning on it. You got a gap year. You didn't. I know you didn't think that, but y'all got a gap year in your little, plan that you made with Anthony Davis and LeBron James. This ain't going to be it for you. It's not going to work.
Yeah. I don't.
But LeBron's got a gun now, so maybe I'm wrong.
I thought for a long time that they were going to. They were going to get to the finals, but I don't know now. Maybe everybody's pipe dream of Phoenix going to the finals and winning the NBA championship is more realistic now. I think the Clippers are going to get there.
You say that with such annoyance in your voice. Like, don't think that was lost on me. You've had this like bitter tinge about the Phoenix Suns all year. All year you've had this regarding the Suns.
Part of it is jealousy, because the Phoenix Suns fan base does not deserve what is going on. They don't show up.
Facts.
They don't show up. They don't care.
Yeah.
Like, they have no business being in this position. Yet here they are.
No argument.
Sorry to those people who really are Suns fans, but collectively,
all six of you. Yes, very sorry to those six people.
They haven't showed up for years. Ain't no long suffering, none of that. So part of it is jealousy.
To Miami, though, I told you one of the
Miami. They have built a real culture in Miami, like fan base.
Have they?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Did they learn from their sins of the Heatles era? Because that fan base. So
are you saying that just because they left during Game 6? Because they were there.
No, I don't feel it.
It was a vibe. It was a vibe, at least on TV, watching those guys in the playoffs. The all white crowd and all that. Not literally white shirts and stuff.
There isn't another radio show in the world that felt like they had to clarify that, except this one. So. I'm so thrilled that you did.
Is what they called it, white hot.
They didn't call it a whiteout. Who called it? Oh, that's Penn State. Penn State has the whiteout. Penn State has the whiteout. I thought theirs is the other whiteout, but still.
I think Miami is solidified, man. I do.
Okay.
I do. I think they're solidified as a basketball town, and aside from the Marlins, a sports town. It's not like they're Atlanta or something.
Yeah, no, they're not Atlanta. No, they're definitely not that.
But Phoenix, to go back on them, Phoenix Suns fan base, please. You guys don't deserve this. But yet you haven't. So there's that. And Damian too. So take us out of this direction if you don't want to go here. But this kind of goes back to what I was asking you earlier about the face of a sport kind of going out of his way to grow the sport. And this is just a little minor tweet or something like that. But this is one of the things that LeBron does that makes him as captivating and helps grow the story of an NBA season. These little moments right here, these little tweets, he's active. You know what I mean? Like, these are the moments. And for anybody that didn't know, we started the stream where I asked the question, is it up to the the best player in the sport?
Right.
To help grow the sport.
Yeah.
And I guess that all derived from all morning on Twitter. I've been fighting with Canelo fans saying that he doesn't do a good job growing the sport of boxing. Then I brought that to other sports. I said, this Mike Trout. I don't think he does a good job of growing Major League Baseball.
But part of the reason LeBron is able to do what he does And part of the reason LeBron is the biggest figure in the sport, it's no different than Michael Jordan. It's no different than Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, those guys. They won. You win. Yeah. Like, you have to win. Like, Mike Trout is stuck on a team that is trash. Nobody talk about the Angels. Who cares about the Angels?
But I do believe if Mike Trout was active publicly, there'd be more people other than
on the same Angels team.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Because you know what it is? You also know what it is? And this is kind of what goes on where this all derived from boxing. And I think back to Floyd. Floyd was doing WWE. Floyd was doing Dancing with the Stars.
Mm-hmm.
So he captivated a whole nother crowd that not only wanted to see him perform, but wanted to see him lose. And if Mike Trout was doing all this other stuff, and he doesn't have to, it's not in his nature. You don't have to force it. But if he was doing all this other stuff, there'd be plenty of people who would tune in to laugh at him every year they didn't make the playoffs or they came up short.
There's a professional wrestling aspect to everything. Yeah. Like it's you for those of you who have been watching the A&E documentaries, the Roddy Piper one is one of the most fascinating because Piper has always said, you can't cheer Hogan unless you're booing me. And to go to something more current, Stone Cold Steve Austin doesn't make like $11 million in 1998. He doesn't have the biggest year a professional wrestler has ever had if he's not beating his boss's ass every week. Vince McMahon was the perfect bad guy. There has to be a show. That's why you were enthralled. I was so disappointed in you. You were wrapped up in the Floyd Mayweather video yesterday.
I really do believe there was some real heat there.
Real heat or not, Floyd knows what he's doing. The cameras are on him. He's got a fight to sell. Right. That's what they do, right? They're self-promoters. They're a term that didn't exist 10 years ago. They're YouTube stars. There's an element to selling. LeBron James sells, but he wins. So is there Floyd Mayweather wins? Is there a guy, Tom Brady? While we were part of our discussion was, I don't know that the league has a face. The NFL has a face. The next, face of the league might be Patrick Mahomes. But what is Patrick Mahomes doing? He's winning. There has to be some semblance of winning. And unfortunately for baseball, the only thing that wins, it's the Yankees. You know what I mean? Like you're picking now teams now rather than individual players. So Yankees or the Dodgers winning, so far, getting to a certain spot, but maybe not winning World Series, but they're a winning organization that's constantly, getting late in the postseason. Right. They don't if Mike Trout is the best player in baseball, cool. Albert Pujols, one of the most stunning things about Albert Pujols being waived or whatever, that Albert Pujols is still in the freaking league. When was the last time anybody was talking about Albert Pujols?
Cannot remember.
Last time I remember talking about Albert Pujols is, wow, they signed that dude to a 10-year deal, huh? That's not going to bite him in the ass. Oh, he gets 600 home runs. Cool. I guess if you play 100 years, you're probably going to hit a lot of home runs. Yeah. It's not. There has to be some semblance of winning there, or you can't command that attention. LeBron can't send that tweet about the rabbit got the gun now if he's not a proven winner.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the other thing about that though is. And when you say winning, I'm assuming, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, you don't necessarily mean winning championships. You just mean in a winning position, because the next person I talk about, who I feel has that same, he invokes passion, is Russell Westbrook. I think Russell Westbrook invokes, you either want to cheer him on and see him do these great things, or you're in the Bay Area and you're just so pissed off at everything he does and everything about him. And I think like you said, everything is pro wrestling. I think that's valuable. You just have to make people feel.
Russ is a heel.
Yeah. You got to make people feel one way or the other. And I think in turn, that helps grow the sport. And baseball doesn't have anybody that you feel about. Tatis Jr. has all the makings of somebody that you feel some way about one way or another. You could be not caring about baseball at all, and then this guy comes around and then he's your favorite player, like Damian Barling. Or you could be, some other person who watches the game and that can't stand his pause at third base on a home run trot, and you want to see him lose one way or the other. But baseball is lacking somebody that makes you feel one way or the other. And then, like I said, this all derives from Canelo Alvarez. I don't think people feel one way or another about Canelo Alvarez and box. Like, I'm put out the poll. People don't even know he's fighting. They don't even know he's fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's supposed to be the biggest star in the game. So I look at him, I look at Mike Trout, and then I look at like LeBron. LeBron wins, but LeBron also knows, and he feeds into it. Let me put this tweet out. Even him saying, look, even him doing something like, all right, guys, the playoffs have started. 0 Dark 23. Like, even that is like, oh, the playoffs. Like, he feeds into
or the opposite. It's like, oh my God, here he goes again.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well,
what I got from all this is Mike Trout and Canelo Alvarez are the Bret Harts of their respective
no charisma.
No charisma.
Terribly overrated.
About them, but
really good at what they do.
Yeah, and the people that really like them will say, no, you just don't understand how good they were. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Me and you.
Could care less.
You have to the Westbrook and Tatis examples are really good. I like those. I wonder, you have to be able to evoke emotion, right? And that's what we're talking about. And we always tie things to wrestlers. That's what great wrestlers do. Like they evoke emotion. Watched the Macho Man A&E documentary last night, and I remember how much emotion the Macho Man was able to draw out of me. Russell Westbrook, who is 1 triple-double away, by the way, 1 triple-double shy of tying Oscar Robertson for the most all time. He draws emotion, obviously, from me. He draws a different type of emotion from a lot of other people. Fernando Tatis is interesting, probably because he's so young.
Mm-hmm.
They could have something in common later in life, in that the Stephen A rant earlier this year about being a winner and about empty stats and some of the ridiculous things that people say. You know, Scotty Brooks said, you know, Russell Westbrook is the best point guard I've ever seen next to Magic Johnson. And you'll have people out there saying he's not John Stockton. He's not, name this player, name that player. It's like, no, he's not. He's probably significantly better than all of those guys, which is why Scotty Brooks said what he said. But if Tatis doesn't win, isn't he just a loudmouth?
Kind of. Now, I'm glad you bring that up, because as I think about, hear you talk about Tatis, and I think about Tatis, it reminds me a little bit of where Joel Embiid is, right? Because Joel, that's what you can really always go back to Joel with. Well, you're not winning. You're talking. You got all these jokes. You're tweeting Rihanna or whatever, but you're not winning. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you always pick at him, or people did pick at him about. And I could see Tatis Jr. going the same route if he's not, once again, not necessarily talking about championships, but you got to be in the mix. You got to be in the mix. Like Tatis Jr., he can't, I agree to your point. If he goes his career like Mike Trout and has 1 playoff series in 8 years, it's not, like you said, maybe he's just going to be a loudmouth, and all his antics don't equate to winning.
Right. And that's how stuff ultimately gets framed. But if he continues doing what he's doing, being a very good ball player with San Diego not winning game, then he's just he's just a good player who couldn't win a title. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't know at what point that stops getting attention. Like, San Diego is believed to be on the rise, right? So with San Diego on the rise, it's like, okay, it's all right. But like 4 years from now, if he's still on the Padres and the Padres, the rise has stalled, he's not as much of a focal point anymore. He could be doing the same exact thing, but he's not a focal point anymore.
Well,
of conversation. Bryce
Harper
didn't maintain that level of play, though.
That's true too. But he also didn't maintain being in that spotlight, on the biggest stage, on the postseason stage, right? He didn't. He was good. He's still doing his thing, and I loved watching Bryce Harper play. For me, he is must-see TV. But if you're on an average Phillies team, who really cares? Like, who really cares? So, to your point, Tatis has to be good, and the Padres have to win.
And there might even be
he could jump. I think he can jump Mike Trout as being the face of baseball.
I think he could, but what he can't do, you know what I think would bury him is being the latest star to go play for the Yankees. Because then, like, what's unique about you now? Part of what is unique about him is his personality. That's the biggest part of him. But he's also in San Diego, so it's bringing eyes. You know, you're already looking at the Dodgers a little bit. Maybe you've got your eyes on the Dodgers, but now you're paying attention to the Padres in a way that you haven't for probably a really long time. And it's because of him and what they're building there. But if he winds up on the Yankees, even if he doesn't tone down his personality, I don't think it's the same.
So this is what my argument is all the time for basketball. And it's like, you could go to the Lakers and just be another great Laker. Or you can go to the Clippers and be a god. You can go to Sacramento and be a god. And it doesn't necessarily equate, but because of their lack of success is what I always tell you. You can go to the Knicks and be a god. Right? Julius Randle was really good in New Orleans. He was like playing pretty well in New Orleans. Now, Julius Randle leading the Knicks to the 4th seed. Not even leading them to the jam, to the 4th seed.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
You know what I mean? And that's
was it 7 years out of the playoffs? 9 years? I can't remember if it's 7 or 9. Those are the only two numbers sticking in my head, but it's a long time that team has been out of the playoffs.
Yeah, so you're right. Going to the Yankees. Although, as I sit up here and we spitball this and I talk about this, I think Aaron Judge, because he's a little different. Aaron Judge was a pretty big thing. He just got hurt this past year. But when he jumped on the scene, he was a pretty big deal for being a Yankee. Now,
Yankees are big deals. I don't mean to say that they're not. Like, they are.
I get what you're saying. The difference would probably be Aaron Judge came up as a Yankee as opposed to coming up with a team and then going to the Yankees like John
Cheater versus A-Rod.
Yes, exactly. So
okay, we'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. We mentioned Albert Pujols there. Actually, just want to get back to the Sacramento Kings. Jason Jones is going to join us coming up at 3:20. We want to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320. We got lots more show ahead here on this Friday edition of D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I didn't mean to take that the whole segment.
That worked. It was a good conversation.
Out and it triggered what we were talking about earlier.
It's a good conversation. Do you need a minute?
Yeah. Let me slide over.
Yeah, Mr. Buster, where you at? Let's see. Zion, Brandon Ingram, Steven Adams, and Josh Hart are all out for the Pelicans game tonight against the 76ers. Man. My goodness. Jason Tatum has made at least 4 3-pointers in each of his last 4 games. The Celtics' record for consecutive games with 4+ 3-pointers is 5, set by Isaiah Thomas and matched by Kyrie Irving. That's according to Elias Sports Bureau. Just passing along stats here in the commercial break. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. What's going on in the chat? I had to close the chat because one of you was acting up. I believe this is true. Yes, King Voss, thank you. Literally nobody called wrestling a sport. So settle down. Don't be that guy. Playoffs, baby. It's happening. It's happening. Yo, Cole, I got something. Oh, I saw this, dope ones. I saw this. Where's Cole? Cole, yeah, I got something brewing tonight from my McQueen. Ooh. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Huh. Donnie, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna show something on the screen right now. So y'all paying attention? Everybody's eyes on the screen. I'm just gonna show y'all something real quick. I'm gonna bring that on in there. y'all take a nice little look and see what that might be, and I'm gonna pull it back, and I'm just gonna say, if y'all are messing around, and you go over to the dope ones and see what might pop up there.
Ooh.
I mean, it's live and it's there.
Ooh.
So I'm not going to tell you not to go to thedopeones.com. That's not what I'm going to do. You can go to shopthedopeones.com.
That is so cool.
Yo, where you at? Cole, it's there. Like you can have it. It's there. It's not in the works. Fire. Like it's there for you. So go see that. I'll shoot you some notes, Donnie.
Wow. Wow.
I will shoot a quick note.
That is a trip. On a super side note, people ask me where I got my De'Aaron Fox shirt from. Capital Agenda downtown. Got some cool stuff, man. He said he checked out the show a couple times, man. So I want to show him some love, man. Capital Agenda. Follow him on Instagram. Do that after you go to the dope ones, though.
I mean, who doesn't want to walk around with cartoon pictures of D'Lo and KC? Bruh, can y'all leave me alone? Streaming live on the Odyssey app, baby boy. We coming up a little bit, man. I don't know.
A little bit.
We're coming up here a little bit.
Dope ones, shout out.
Yeah. If y'all are on the internet and you head over to thedopeones.com, I don't know what you'll find. I mean, you'll probably see some great stuff there. That's all. Probably see some great stuff there. You'll see some great stuff here as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Jason Jones set to join us coming up at 3:20. We'll get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs tonight. KC, I was telling everybody in the chat house during the commercial break on the radio. I was looking at a tweet from Jason Anderson, caught my attention. He said, just caught Stan Van Gundy's pregame media session. Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, Steven Adams, and Josh Hart are all out for the Pelicans in tonight's game against the Philadelphia 76ers. The Kings trail the Pelicans by 1 game and the Spurs by 2.5 for the final play-in spot.
Wow. Jeez, this is crazy. I mean, I'm just throwing my first emotions out here. Does that make tonight's game even bigger? Because it seems like the opportunity is staring you in the face.
So, one, no one's denied. I mean, maybe some have. Maybe some, cranky people have, tried to play this off as if it's not a big game. Like it is a big game tonight. But interestingly enough, in like our layout, we kind of just jumped the Pelicans.
Yeah, always.
We didn't really acknowledge, no, it's actually not Kings at 11 and then the Spurs at 10. No, there's a team in between them. So I don't know that this adds, anything to it other than, we had already imaginarily just jumped them. Imaginarily, probably not a word. Don't use it in day-to-day life. But we just, with our own imaginations, jumped the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah.
On our way to beating the San Antonio Spurs. So I mean, it's a big deal, but Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, Chimezie Metu, they all may not play tonight. They all haven't played. we've seen how the Kings responded. I don't know that New Orleans got that in them, but I'm not going to say that they don't. They're also in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is playing for something as well. Philadelphia is not in, coasted mode until things are over. They're trying to make sure that the Brooklyn Nets lost last night. They can they can't put the final nail in the coffin, but, Paul Bear's got the hammer and the nails. Like he's ready. Like he's ready to he's ready to solidify that number one spot. And, the Eastern Conference is going to have to run through Philadelphia. And obviously they're aware of that.
Oh, man, I'm just sitting here trying to process this whole thing with the Pelicans and what's going on. So I look at it like this, man. I say, take care of business against the Spurs, against OKC, obviously, and everything falls on a plan. I said it earlier before, Damian. I know about looking ahead and all stuff, trying to disrespect anybody, but Memphis lost last night.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole nother team that you can kind of get into the mix right here. You've got 2 games with them next week. So take care of your business, Kings. I'm doing the math in front of my in my head right now. And I think somebody did this the other day. Sorry for not remembering. But we could come back on Monday and the Kings be in possession of the 10th seed. Or maybe it's Tuesday, because I think that.
Yeah, I don't think it could be Monday.
San Antonio has a game on Monday. That
unless San Antonio plays 3 games in a row, I don't think that's not going to be possible.
So Tuesday was the day.
Okay,
we can open up on Tuesday before the Oklahoma City game, and the Kings kind of be in control of their own destiny. That's insane to think about.
Yes, it is.
The team is left for dead a week and a half ago.
And rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Hey, let's get through tonight first, though, huh?
Let's get through tonight.
Let's get through tonight. Let's see what happens tonight. And then we will, we'll deal with the Oklahoma City games and we'll deal with all of that stuff.
Hey, and they better be ready. Because we talked about it a number of different times. Pop and the Spurs are going to be ready to play. Don't let the fact that they're on a 5-game losing streak fool you. Don't let the fact that they got beat down in 2 games against Utah fool you. If anything, they're going to be even more focused for what's at hand, because their season in their eyes may come down to what they can do tonight. The Spurs are going to be ready to go. And how many times have we said it, Damian, this year? Need the Kings to come out ready to play. Yep. I need them to come out. I need them. They never have done it this year. They haven't done it. I can't think of one time when I needed them, Kenny's keys, all this other stuff, come out ready to play, where they have been ready to play. So that makes me nervous.
Yeah. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't do that.
Come out however you want tonight, Kings.
Yeah, do what I want to do. Because we didn't put any expectations on them. We didn't put any urgency on them coming out of games when De'Aaron Fox got hurt. Hell, we all have go-to gifts. You've got, pretty much any gift starring Idris Elba. You got the Stephen A. Smith still in there.
My Vince McMahon walking away at the.
Oh, that's a good one. Yep, that's a good one. That's a good one. Was that before or after he was talking to John Cena? Never mind. That's a different conversation. Jill's got one. Jill Adge got one with the De'Aaron Fox health and safety protocol news. She uses I don't even remember who it is, but it's wrap it up. Wrap it up. That's her. Like, it's over. Wrap it up. Everything is done. And that's like, I think Jill has used the wrap it up gif about 4 times as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings season. Yeah. And again,
rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so. Anybody who gave up on this team and, they come back and
you were correct.
We're not bringing it up to be like, oh, gotcha. We're like, hey, no, you're spot on.
Yeah, we did it.
I did do.
We did it. Like, I don't know what you want to do. We were talking about, draft picks. We were talking about, hey, don't worry. Our whole thing was, man, just go win games. Mm-hmm. Just go win games. And they did. it turns out in the process of them winning games, a couple of teams ahead of them have lost some games. It's like, huh? I had never looked at it until Kevin Flippin put that tweet out.
Yeah.
Never. It wasn't even a remote thought.
It really wasn't.
And then I saw it and I was like, oh no. Kenny saw this. I almost texted Kevin, can you block Kenny? Hey, just block him for the day. You can unblock him later. Just block him for the day. Too late. It was there. The schedule was there. It all made sense. Things lined up, and man, Kings kept winning games. You know, they took care of business against the Indiana Pacers, which we thought was going to be a difficult game. Turns out they were imploding. They were in the process of imploding. So that's
Pacers beat the Hawks last night.
Bruh.
Pacers beat the Hawks last night. Got it together and beat the Hawks.
Big shout out to Greg Foster, who may or may not be for the culture. We haven't really determined. We think that he is. But big shout out to the Indiana Pacers, who they listened to us again. Like they're the big fans of D'Lo and KC. They were like, hey, you know what? Damian and Kenny were right. Let's just get through the Sacramento game, and then we'll address all our issues later. And they addressed them against the Atlanta Hawks. So good for them. And good luck to the Indiana Pacers the rest of the way for listening to us.
Absolutely.
Hopefully the Washington Wizards knock them out in the play-in.
We need that Oklahoma City dust up from yesterday. We need that to continue, you know, and they can fix that. What we say on Wednesday? Fix it on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's fine. Fix it later. Hell, y'all ain't trying to win ball games anyways. Don't even bother fixing it. Your whole situation is bad right now. Like, and it's purposely bad. So that's fine.
There's nothing but help you. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to Google if there's any Spurs turmoil right now.
What did you do? Google. What did you Google?
I literally put in Spurs turmoil. And they came up with something from a year
There
ago.
has to be a place in San Antonio where you get your oil change called like Spurs turmoil or something like that. It's like,
what came up, like first with the soccer team. I don't know where, you know, it's probably like a European English Premier League. One of those things is Spurs.
Geez. Did we lose the women's soccer team yesterday? Is that what happened?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And all I can do,
God bless and shame.
You know, people were. I said MLS is dead. I said it's gone, and I want to be responsible because I do have a platform and a voice out here. That's just my opinion. A lot of people hit me up like, man, don't be so quick to say that. Might not be the case. I hope I'm dead wrong, man. But it's looking bleak, and I'm not talking Memphis.
Man, to be I mean, I hope it works out. I'm really disappointed we lost that women's soccer team.
That's tough.
That's really unfortunate.
I wanted them both. I thought that would be great. Man. There's something about that story, and help me in the chat, call in, tell me whatever the case may be. But I think Ron Burkle helped fund that. They're in San Diego now.
He helped fund the San Diego bid?
I think I read that correctly. He did. He had something to do with that.
So Ron Burkle can't land at San Francisco or Sacramento International Airport again. Like he's not. Well, not that he would. He'd land at the private one, but we don't need Ron Burkle in the city anymore.
Hell no.
I'm confused as to why he kept getting invited back. But I guess when you get that much money, you keep getting invited back. I need that clarified. I need someone to. I need someone to hit us.
He pulled out of the Republic, and now he's part of the San Diego women's team situation.
Wow, man, that's too bad.
Who's more disliked there, Burkle or the Maloofs? I say Burkle.
Better be Burkle. It absolutely better be Burkle.
I think the Maloofs can come to town. Because everything is taken care of.
I think all is forgiven. Well, I don't want to go that far. I don't want to say that. People hold grudges.
Yeah, but everything's taken care of now.
I don't know if you know that. Well, there are some petty people out there. I don't know if you. I don't know any personally. Like I don't know any petty people, but there are some out there.
They are, but we're good now. We're solidified. If Maloofs wanted to come back into town, what's up, guys? What's up? Get over here, guys. I don't know if I give them that, but they can come to town.
Hey, do you have any interest in investing in a MLS team? We just lost the women's soccer team. Like, it can't be what the Kings cost. Throw a couple of bucks in here. They're back in sports ownership anyways.
They are.
Oh, man. You're listening to ESPN 1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app. Anytime, any place. The podcast is available there. The podcast is available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play as well. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll follow those channels. We hope that you'll subscribe to those channels. And we hope that you'll check us out here Monday through Friday from 12 to 4. If you want to get in on this final hour, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. We are definitely hyped for the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs tonight at the Golden One Center. Jason Jones of The Athletic's going to join us coming up here at 3:20. We'll talk to him about that game. Boy, he was dropping some gems on us the last time he was here. But the tone of the Kings is a little bit different. It's a little bit different than the last time Jason joined us. So I'm curious. He even said, in his own article, it's like, I wasn't talking playing. I wasn't talking playoffs, but there's hope to be there. And Jason wrote about this. And I think this is a point, Kenny, regarding the Sacramento Kings that should, regardless of what happens over the course of the next 7, 8, 9 days, what happens over the course of the next 9 days, this team had every reason to 1, 2, 3 Cancun it. They had every reason to, let's just get through this next couple of weeks and go on about our business. We can be with our family, go to some remote island, do whatever it is we want to do, and just get out of here. But they've been busting their, like, they've been playing hard, and playing hard has resulted in wins. And I feel like heading into that Pacers game, they were building confidence. You know what I mean? In terms of playing as a unit, they were building confidence. Like, the Lakers win was good, but it's like, cool, okay. You never know, especially with the way things with the way the Lakers are. But they get into that Oklahoma City game and it goes pretty well. You have that rough final, like 3 minutes or so, but they wind up getting the win. And then the kind of win that they had over the Indiana Pacers, man, you can't help but feel good about that. Regardless of what happens tonight, regardless of how they come out tonight, regardless of what, Pop is telling his team for the San Antonio Spurs, the Kings, I feel like, are confident heading into tonight's game.
I think so too. I mean, this is a group that has found their smile, Damian. It seems like, right? Like they've kind of found their identity. They've hit their stride. And the way they played basketball in the last week or so is something that we've been looking for all season. Level of toughness, a sense of urgency, level of intensity. And to your original point, it's so bizarre that it happened at this point in the season, because a week ago when they lost 40-something points to Utah, they could have mailed it in. They could have mailed it. Season's over. You know what I mean? We're going on the road. We don't have our best players out there. Smell it in. They did the exact opposite. And not only did they play good basketball, but they found themselves, it seemed like. They found what they were trying to be. It's bizarre. I have we started off the show yesterday. I said, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
I still don't know.
Yeah.
Still don't know. But I do know this, though, Damian. I do know this.
I'm going to run wild all night long. I'm going to be Ric Flair all night long. Chi-County, the world champion. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready now.
Did he say Chi-Towny? Okay. Just want to make it like I kind of heard it yesterday and I didn't really pay any attention to it. So I was kind of waiting for that part. He's like, Chi-Towny. Like, I guess when you're Ric Flair and it's the 80s and you're the touring world champion, you could say whatever you want to, but like, all right.
Going crazy too.
I love them some Ric Flair, boy. I love some. I still think he's full of crap though. Watching that 30 for 30, like Rick is full. I love Rick, but he's full of crap.
Absolutely. There's a lot of our wrestling heroes don't hold up.
Oh gosh, no. The Undertaker took a terrible turn last year. I mean,
the only two off the top of my head is The Rock and Stone Cold.
Well,
Stone Cold's probably the opposite of what you would think he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he's like a really cool dude.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm completely with that. Yeah, and of course, The Rock. I mean, his public persona is I think he's genuine. I think he's genuine, but his public persona is crafted in kind of a way that I think Tiger's is. Tiger, he's not nearly as dry as Tiger is, but The Rock, I think, is very calculated in what he lets us know.
He's aware of everything.
Yeah.
Everything. So.
Absolutely. Very, very, very much so. And The Rock is aware that the Sacramento Kings are he'll be tuned in. I've heard The Rock loves the Sacramento Kings. I've heard that. Because he's good friends with Shaquille O'Neal, the owner of the Sacramento Kings, if I recall that song Leaving Sacramento correctly. Don't get mad because The Rock's good friend Shaquille O'Neal called him the Sacramento Queens now.
Big game tonight from the Kings.
Hollywood Rock was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Hollywood Rock was great with the leather pants and the giant belt buckle, the vest, all of that stuff. Like Hollywood Rock was great.
You know, he talking to as well, like you said, Shaquille O'Neal. Big game for the Kings tonight. Tyrese Halliburton has been doing a great job leading them. He's going to have a big game tonight. Mark my words, Ernie.
He's going to get at least 10 assists to Willie Cauley-Stein. Watch. He's going. Willie Cauley-Stein's a good young and up and comer, man. You know, he's going to get it in. Willie Cauley-Stein.
They got a good young nucleus.
I wish someone would. I wish. Yeah.
Tyreek Evans. They're on the rise.
I wish Kenny would ask him. You know, outside of De'Aaron and Tyreek, who is your favorite King? You know, I love big man. It's Willie Cauley-Stein. I'm absolutely convinced.
And I always do say this. I'm not as bothered as most that Shaq is part of the ownership group. It's cool. It's fine. But I know some fans are just disgusted by it.
I'm not disgusted. I just think it's dumb.
Well, I don't think you're disgusted. I think there are people who are disgusted by it. I think it's fine. Shaq's cool. It's all good.
Why don't he step in and as Pluto out here is saying, and that's his handle on Twitch. Why isn't he stepping in to save the MLS team? Why is everybody getting in? All of these athletes getting involved in sports ownership, man. Someone come help out the Sac Republic.
Well, it's funny you say that. I was looking into this yesterday. Apparently, there's a lot of people trying to get involved here.
Oh, okay.
Eric Armstead, Derek Lee, Tamara Mowry.
Okay.
From Tia and Tamara.
Yeah.
Her husband.
Okay.
There was rumors that Guy Fieri is getting involved in this.
Okay, wait a minute. What's going on now? Now it's turning into the Miami Dolphins.
No, it's great. I saw about 12 people. I was like, what? Really? Shaq wasn't one of them, but
wasn't expecting
random people in there.
There's a lot of things that I didn't think would happen on today's show. Like I wasn't expecting to dive deep into images of Greg Foster, and I wasn't expecting my brother. Indeed, I wasn't expecting a Tia and Tamara reference. So here we are, folks. Friday. That's how we ride. That's how we ride.
Pluto's right. E40 is in the group as well. I've seen E40. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I feel better. I'd still like the women's soccer team to be here. Like, if we got all these people interested in sports management, let's start the petition for the WNBA expansion. Like, let's get some women's professional sports here in Sacramento, man. I don't know what the problem is. But we are excited for the Kings and the San Antonio Spurs tonight. We're going to talk to Jason Jones coming up here in 10 minutes. And if you are just tuning in, if you haven't looked down at your phone, if you don't get push notifications, Zion Williamson for the New Orleans Pelicans, he is out indefinitely with a fractured left finger. That is almost certainly going to rule Zion Williamson out for the rest of the regular season. They'd really be gambling if he had to come back. And I don't think, by the way, I kind of read you the tweet from Shams. I don't think. Let's see. Here's a follow-up tweet. The recovery timeline for most fractures are dependent on treatment. Average time loss for an NBA player with a ring finger fracture who avoided surgery, 5.3 games. The number goes up to 15.7 if surgery is needed. But I don't I don't think that's ever been stated. Yeah, here's the release from the New Orleans Pelicans. The very last line, a CT scan revealed a fractured left finger. He'll be sidelined indefinitely. A treatment plan and timetable for his return to play will be determined upon further evaluation. So they haven't determined if he's going to need surgery or not, but just based on the previous tweet I read you, it looks like it could be no matter what, it at least 5 games, which is essentially the rest of the regular season for the New Orleans Pelicans.
I mean, and maybe, you explained it and I didn't pay attention, but I mean, a fractured finger is what Marvin Bagley had, right?
I don't see metacarpal in here. So I feel like this is the finger yes, we're a radio show. There's the finger, but I think this part is the metacarpal part.
True. Yeah.
So this is where
a little harder to play with, maybe.
Yeah, this is where Marvin, and this is where I think a lot of big men this year have gotten hurt, as opposed to. But of course, I could be wrong. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express once, but I'm not.
If it is on,
I'm scared to go to WebMD, and it tells me Zion Williamson's life is in jeopardy because of this injury. So I don't know.
If it's on the finger as opposed to the knuckle, I feel like that's something, maybe Kobe had when Kobe would just tape up his finger and play with the broken finger or something like that. So maybe you don't have to be out as long. But the knuckle, there's nothing to really bandage it. That's why you got to be out and let that heal completely. So I definitely don't know. But I do know this. It's kind of starting to open things up for the Kings just a little bit.
I swear, if you don't watch the show, you have to see Kenny before he says something. Like he like leans in, and I know he's gonna drop it. Like he leans in and he starts to look around as if someone is looking over his shoulder. There's nothing behind him except liquor and a television, but he's looking behind him. It's one of my favorite things that you do. Ooh. And I can tell you're excited. I can tell you're excited as well.
Right, baby. We about to get it popping at the Golden One Center tonight, baby. Let's go.
The biggest game Jason Jones has ever covered.
It has to be. He's only been on the beat, I think, 10 years.
Well, only that's a long time, and that covers the time frame. Yeah, he wasn't here for the playoff run.
Oh boy.
We'll ask him. He joins us. Jason Jones of The Athletic coming up here. We're going commercial free until the top of the hour. We'll get you ready for the Kings and the Spurs. Is D-Lo and KC right along here on this Friday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I think we're going stream with Jason. I'll be right back.
Okay, you're good. So aside from the Kings game, man, well, I guess I'm about to say what everybody got going on this weekend, but it's Mother's Day, so there's that. But what everybody got going on this weekend? Jesse, what you got?
I'm gonna be in San Jose on Sunday with the family for Mother's Day.
Nice. Is your family from San Jose?
Yeah, everyone's from San Jose. Just like my immediate family, we moved to Modesto when we were younger. It's not for everybody, but I love it. It's my city.
And that's how I feel about Sacramento. I need Southern California. Okay, well, city though. I almost went to Modesto Junior College. The coach recruited me out of high school. I went down for a visit. We played in the open room. It was actually busted but somehow the coach recruited me. Got fired before I went to visit the campus. And the coach that was there then, he was like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. I'm not sure why you're here, but that was from the other coach. And I like your game, though, whatever going on. I want to stay there. Yeah, that's one of the only times I like came.
Yeah, every time I tell someone from Modesto, they kind of look at me like, oh, but yeah.
You should have seen that. At least I got
yeah, Mercedes trash.
Shout out to our people.
So you can make better bets on whatever single day you want.
Make sure I got a Jason Jones name card with the McQueen logo here. Jason Jones, McQueen. All right, we good. Hey, I don't know, for those who are just joining us, if y'all been to the dopeones.com yet, you maybe want to head over there.
Y'all might want to hurry up from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't saying, I'm just saying.
That's what I'm hearing. Oh,
Sources close to Kenny Caraway say.
Hello.
Hello.
I ain't saying, I'm just saying.
I might want to get in there. All right, Warren. We see you, baby. We see you. We wish you lived in Sac too, Tar, but did you order your shirt at the dopeones.com yet or no?
Let them know what time it is out there in DC.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know what time it is. I don't even know if I should be telling people where she lived like that. My bad. I already got her jammed up one time in life.
This is true. Tara, if you ever come hang out, yeah, just put the promo code in when you check out. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Sac is dope. Just put it in there. Sac is dope right there.
Bang.
Probably like 10% off.
Got an extra wing in the Airbnb.
Yeah, they got a whole wing. They got a whole wing. And wait till we start working on these things that we're working on for this year.
Ooh,
get that whole wing built out. Get that bathroom done. Working. We working. Man, hey, it's a good final bumper record right there.
Yeah,
that's a good final rejoiner right there.
Yeah,
I'm with that.
DJ Jesse T.
I don't know, but today seems kind of odd. No barking from the dog, no smog. Like, all right. It feels like a good day. That's a good omen headed into tonight's game against the San Antonio Spurs. As the Sacramento Kings are just 2.5 games from 2.5 games out. Again, what's going on in the Eastern Conference right now? Let's see. We've got Chicago. Oh no, it's over there.
Crazy game last night.
Yeah, but ain't nobody like they're 3.5 back from Washington, who's still. I mean, Washington's playing. They're still playing pretty well.
Well, yeah, but I was saying the one that kind of knocked Toronto out was a game last night between them and Washington. They lost an OT. It would have put them 2 back.
I mean, where Russell Westbrook got his 180th career triple-double that game?
I don't know.
Okay.
You know what we do over here. Kind of Russell Westbrook achievements. You already know what we do. Air horns is flying. So, yeah, it was that game.
Taking a quick look, it looks like it's going to be tomorrow. It looks like the chance to tie the record will be tomorrow. Washington doesn't play tonight. So, yeah, Russell Westbrook will have a chance to tie Oscar Robertson's record for most triple-doubles in a career tomorrow when the Wizards take on the Indiana Pacers.
Oh, boy.
Bruh, Russ is averaging 21.8, 11.4, and 11.4. Come on, man. Like, how do you even degrade that? Like, what do we do?
I remember last year when we were like, I don't know what was going on, but the thought of trading for Russell Westbrook had come out there. And then I was like, I don't know. And then we pulled up his stats and it was like 28 and 8 and 8. I was like, oh, I didn't know he did it like that. Yeah, Russ is doing it, man. Let's bring in our guy, Jason Jones. Jason Jones hosts every podcast on the planet except for the J Street Vibes podcast. He got his We Watch Wrestling. Of course, he's on The Athletic.
Jason, what's good, man?
Not much. I think Kenny did me like Joe Budden did on the podcast. He told me to take some shows off. So I just had to go off, and spend some time just contemplate, y'all busy hanging out with Rick Ross. I'm over here watching the Kings. I mean,
Jason, confirm for people. The people don't want to believe me. We did have a power meeting through chat last night.
We did. Yeah, you will see us next week. We promise you.
Absolutely.
Yep. Detox on its way too. That's what I heard. I heard Kendrick Lamar about to drop an album any day. It's about to happen. Outkast reuniting also. So that's exciting stuff. We asked this question a minute ago, and I don't know why we asked it before you joined us. Is this the biggest game you've covered for the Sacramento Kings? Especially this late in the season?
I thought about it. I think it's probably especially this time of year, it's the biggest game since the last version of Is This the Last Game in Sacramento?
Sure.
But yeah, I've never had a Kings game with this few games left that had anything other than lottery implications.
Wow.
So this is a whole new world for me. I don't know what to do. It kind of just speaks to how bad things have been when it's like the biggest game, in recent memory isn't a game to get you, home court advantage. It isn't even a game to get you in. It's a game to get you within a game and a half of getting into the play-in.
Right.
I want to point out, Jason, we know this is ridiculous, bro. Like we get it. We get how ridiculous what you just said is, but it's still like you just said, it's never been anything but lottery implications. So it's exciting.
Yeah. And I give the guys a lot of credit. I think if they had gone down to LA and got spanked and then went and lost in Dallas, I don't think anyone would have looked at them and said, oh yeah, they would have said, okay, you're down a bunch of guys, then you lose Tyrese in Dallas. I don't think anyone would have thought anything differently, but I mean, we should maybe expect this because of the way this team has been all year. Just when you think they're done, they'll figure something out to try to draw you back in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Jason, I remember we were talking one time and you talked about, it was a while ago. It was during the last J Street podcast, but you talked, I think the conversation of how to finish this season, tank or no tank or try to win or what, around the deadline actually. And I always remember you said this team has flamed out the last few years, even during the Jaeger year, it was a good start, flamed out. Last year they get to the bubble, flamed out. He said, regardless of if you make it or not, you felt like it was important for them to finish on a positive note, winning games or whatever the case may be. Do you think that this finish right here is kind of what you're talking about, even if they don't make it, just finishing on a high note and not on a flame out?
I think it's exactly what at least from my point of view, you needed to see from them some upward, trending upward at the end instead of trending back down, which has been really the case the last however many years. They really needed to continue to build some type of winning habit, some type of good things to go into the offseason. I mean, they're not bad enough to really tank. If they're at full strength, between De'Aaron, Harrison, and everyone, they weren't going to be as bad as an Oklahoma City. They weren't going to fall to the bottom, they weren't going to be that bad. They just had too much compared to those other teams. But on the other hand, even if you don't get in, the draft, I would say it's a lottery number one. You could finish 10th and still move up. And secondly, there's no guarantees in the draft. You could think a guy is a can't miss prospect at 1, 2, or 3 and find out number 12 is the can't miss guy. So why not just win some games? I mean, what do I understand the whole we need more lottery balls, but after the last 14 years, I can't understand why Kings fans still have so much faith in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it would just seem like, you know what, let's just see, can these guys finally put it together to a degree, make a push, and maybe just the feeling of playing meaningful games at the end can be kind of a carrot going into next year. Say, if we take care of business the first few months of the season, maybe instead of being 2.5 out with 5 or 6 to go, we're 2.5 in. So I think this is a real positive thing for it.
And the question that we've been trying to figure out, Jason, is how? Like how do we? You're reporting on De'Aaron Fox going into health and safety protocols. You're reporting on the Tyrese Halliburton injury. You're reporting on a Harrison Barnes injury. Yet 4 games later, after a 49-point blowout to the Utah Jazz, we're talking about a meaningful game against the San Antonio Spurs tonight. How has DeLon Wright stepped into this position? How has Mo Harkless stepped up his role? How has Buddy somehow become like this vocal leader on the team on the floor? Like, how is this happening?
I'm dumbfounded. I'm watching them late in games. They're using Buddy in pick and rolls, and he's dropping pocket passes. I'm like, who is this guy? I don't. It's a thing to watch because I know late in games all season, one of the concerns was always if Buddy has to have the ball, where will the ball end up? Will it end up at a teammate? Will it end up in the stand? And you're watching them run plays with Buddy handling the ball. He's hitting Rashaan. I think part of it is you got some kind of, I call them know-how guys, kind of like how Bazemore was last year, a guy who just knows how to play. And I think, at least maybe on the defensive end, you always had Harrison, but now you add a guy, you add a Mo to that, you add a DeLon, you add guys who are just know-how guys.
Yeah.
And they may not be, superstars, but they know how to play the game. And I think it's kind of rubbing off on it. I think maybe at the beginning of the year, this team was too young or just too inexperienced in some spots. And I can only wonder what would have happened if you had gotten this team guys like that March 1st instead of March 25th. Just some veterans to kind of help keep that thing stable, because to me, their up and downness was a lot to do with just guys who weren't stable and comfortable in the league. When things are going well, they're world beaters. When things go bad, they would go all the way down. And now you got some more guys to help balance that out. And and I know the coaches have always said, they tell them, it's not as bad as you think it is. But when they would lose, and I really figured after that Utah game, I said, okay, it's over. There's no way you bounce back from this. But I probably should have been saying, you know what? I kind of said to myself, they'll probably beat the Lakers. Now watch. And sure enough, they did, and they've won, 4 in a row. So I give the players a lot of credit. I give the coaching staff credit for keeping these guys engaged, because after that Utah game, if these guys had started planning their vacations and kind of just figured we get blown out on this, we go 1-3 on this trip, no one will care. I think a lot of people would have said, yeah, they'll go 1-3 on the trip. We'll be talking about how bad things are. So you got to give a lot of those guys a lot of credit. And I even give Monty McNair credit for getting some of those guys in, because if that doesn't happen, think about it. Instead of having a Mo Harkless and maybe a Terrence Davis, that might be Nemanja Bjelica out there.
Oh, jeez. Goodness gracious.
I know Kenny would have loved that, Belly with big minutes down the stretch trying to get into the play.
What did Doc Rivers say? Jesus Christ, Jackson.
That is exactly what he said.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
There he is. Yes. Look, DeLon Wright has been phenomenal. Buddy Hield talking has been a revelation and actually playing well too. Mo Harkless, the return of Rashaan Holmes, all of that has been a sight to behold. But Jason, you're a writer. Damian, you're about the story. The biggest story here is what has gone on the last 4 games of Marvin Bagley III and what we have seen from him. And I know it's only 4 games. He looks completely different. He looks confident. He looks a little thicker, a little stronger. But more than anything, Jason, I feel like he just looks so much more sure of himself out there on the court. What are you seeing from Marvin Bagley since his return?
I see a guy. I'm sorry. I don't know what that is, but
hey,
yeah.
Yo, let's go. The party's at Jason Jones' house. Let's go, baby.
Oh, wow. Here's what happens when you have. That's what happens when you have that. I got a little random Jay-Z. I don't know why my TV did that.
It's lit at Jason Jones' house, boy. When Jay-Z just started
part of the song came on. But as I was saying, Marvin just looks like he's comfortable. He knows where he needs to be. They're running things for him now. Part of it's out of necessity because you don't have guys, but they're running things that make sense. You don't want to just throw Marvin on the block and say, let's back guys down. That's not him. But they're getting it. He's cutting, he's catching the ball on the move and attacking. He's running the floor well. Marvin's the type of athlete where he should get 4, 6, 8 points a game by beating guys down the floor. I mean, most bigs can't run with him. Right. And then you just see him building on all that. You see him attacking the glass, and it's kind of one of those things where you say, you know what? He really hasn't. He's played barely over 100 NBA games. You know, and big guys tend to take a little more time. And I just think he looks a lot more comfortable. And he just really had a lot of bad luck. And I think what really can also fuck with you too is, you know, he saw his name in all the trade stuff. You know, you see all that, you know, and a lot of times what'll happen with some guys is they'll take all that and say, you know what, I'm going to, you know, at least control what I control and play well.
Right.
And I knew he was different when I watched that Laker game. I said, oh, wow, look at him. He's getting hustle points. He's getting garbage points. He's running. He's just outworking these guys. And if he can do that on top of the offensive skills he already has, you know, I think we all know he can go get a bucket.
Right.
But if he's going to start building on that, you know, you can run things for him and not worry about it's going to be a black hole. If we get a ball to Marvin, it's not coming back out. You know, I think we're starting to see just kind of that growth process with him. And just, you know, imagine having to give a young player time. I mean, it happens.
Is the game plan different?
It's different. It's different now because if you remember, when everyone's healthy, you know, when Marvin and Rashaan are playing together, Marvin is camped out on the perimeter on offense because they need to create that space. But now they're running different things now, and they're featuring Marvin. I mean, before the injury, Marvin hardly ever got a play run for him. You know, they weren't going into timeouts and saying, let's get Marvin the ball on a regular basis. But now you have to. Yeah. And they're running some different things. I think all of this has forced them to do some things you wouldn't have done. Like, you wouldn't have seen Buddy handling the ball in the fourth quarter. Right. You know, DeLon and Wright obviously wouldn't have such a big role. And I think they can build on all these things going forward, knowing that Marvin can do some different things, knowing that, you know, you both can speak to this. If you have a two guard who can also make plays off the dribble, it opens up different things. It takes pressure off De'Aaron. Now he has to get beat up all the time with the ball. You know, Tyrese is probably, you know, one of their best 3-point shooters. You can, you know, put him out there sometime, let him be a shooter. It gives you so much more you can do if these guys, the things they're showing right now, can carry over into the offseason, especially with a guy like Buddy, because I know the knock on him is that he's 27, 28. He's not going to improve. But the one thing about Buddy is he is a hard worker. For everything, you know, for all the mistakes he might make on the court, 99% of the time, he's going all out with his effort. And he's probably, you know, he's a gym rat. So you would just hope that eventually that ball handling work he told you he was doing will start to show in the game.
Facts. I remember we also talked about this on the J Street Vibes podcast a long time ago. And you talked about how what we're seeing as far as running things through Marvin and giving him different looks, that was essentially Luke Walton's plan going into last season, right? And then he got hurt and they had to just kind of change some things around. Do you think it was a situation where because of Marvin's injuries, they didn't implement those things, those sets, running things through him? Because last year we put a lot into it and he wasn't able to stay healthy. Let's see if he can stay healthy. And then they were kind of forced into really going into that now. How do you think that why is he getting these type of looks? Because I agree with you. They're running stuff for him. They're looking for him now. Why is it taking so long to get to this point?
Well, we got to remember, he pretty much didn't play last season. And last season, Rashaan Holmes wasn't supposed to be a starter. He was supposed to be battling with Harry for, you know, 10th, 11th man minutes. And the idea was to start Dwayne Dedmon. And then when you sat Dedmon, Marvin's your small ball 5. He's kind of your, you know, for lack of a better term, he's your Draymond type 5, a guy who can get the rebound and push it and do different things. But then Marvin breaks his thumb first game of the year. And then when he comes back, Rashawn's established himself. You know, you've kind of got the idea you need the spacing, the stretch 4. So they bring him back as a backup 5, people forget. Because they figured 5 was the easiest spot for him to learn, just to get himself caught up. And then when he goes back into the starting lineup, he gets hurt again. And they had a lot of plans for Marvin, just as far as, you know, using him as essentially a small but not small center, you know, a 6'11" guy who has small player skills at the 5. They wanted to see him expand the 3-point shot, do all these different things. They just never got a chance to do it. And then this season, once you get rolling, you know, they weren't going to play Marvin in the fourth quarter to learn all that stuff when they're trying to win games, especially the fact that Tyrese comes in, and all of a sudden, Tyrese is a fourth quarter player from day one.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it with Marvin was circumstantial and just bad luck. I mean, even this last injury, I mean, you get your hand caught in someone's jersey. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, he just, and then the foot thing, at the bubble, he lands on a teammate's foot in practice. I mean, just he's had, I won't say the worst luck because there's still guys like Odin out there and Sam Bowie who would argue that Marvin hasn't had the worst luck, but just.
But it's like,
wow.
It's like freak injury. Like there's no there's no reason to be concerned about his knees, or he's a big man. There's no reason to be concerned about his feet. Like there's those concerns that there's no Brandon Roy situation here.
No, I mean the first one, I think it was DeAndre Ayton hit him on the hand.
Right.
you know, I mean, guys land on people's feet in practice all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like he was just unfortunate with some of these things, and then you get into the whole, well, what's going on? How come it's taken so long to get him back? And no one really understands what's going on. But that's kind of been the new, as we saw with the whole CIA of Tyrese's MRI. That's kind of been the thing for everyone to wonder, well, what's going on? And I think it actually made Marvin look worse because people are going, okay, they're not saying anything. Maybe Marvin doesn't want to play. And I know Marvin wanted to play. Even when he came back, he said, I was ready to go. I didn't want to be on a minutes restriction. But so I think, in the last, a couple of games, Luke just said I had to blow through that because we needed him. So Marvin feels fine. And I just think you have to to stay on the court. You keep him on the court. You got to go. You go in the next season with him and see what you got and build from there. I mean, all the trade stuff, a lot of it was, well, let's see what's out there. And they weren't going to move him for a second round pick. And it just wasn't going to happen.
Casey, real quick, did the thing with Tyrese Halliburton's MRI bother you?
It was more annoying because it was just like you figured once you turned on the game and saw the fact that he's on the bench and he's standing and cheering that he didn't, he didn't tear his ACL. Mm-hmm. It was just a weird way to handle it, to have Luke out there to say we're going to say something later, but he can't say it. It was just like, okay, what's going on? You're literally watching the game and watching Tyrese jump up, not literally, jump. He's moving around. And so instead of talking about the fact you've won 3 in a row, we're all asking about Tyrese.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why not just get that out the way before the game? I mean, how many experts did you need for a knee hyperextension? I mean, I'm not a doctor. Maybe I'm a crazy one, but I just didn't see why, if the MRI was on Monday, why it had to come out after, basically after the game a day later. It was just a weird way to handle it, but we've been here for the last couple of years. I mean, Rashaan's shoulder injury was a sore shoulder. It was like, okay, what's going on with Rashaan? Then all of a sudden, oh yeah, he's gonna go, get this procedure. It's like, what? It's just, that's why even to a degree, as weird as the Marvin thing was with him being gone, maybe maybe he should have been gone to get healthy. It's just been some weird stuff. And I don't think it's any one person's fault. I really don't believe that, say, Luke is trying to have these secrets and not let it out. It's just a weird way to handle injuries. It's just really weird. And, hey, like I said, we went through it last year with Rashaan, and I said, to me, it makes the player look worse. Like, people are wondering, what's wrong with Rashaan? It says sore shoulder. It's been 2 months.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Jason, we've been trying to figure this out all day. And every time this Kings team, this particular team, has reached the point where they can turn a corner and, they play well, and it's like, all right, we want to see them come out and establish themselves early. Every single time this year, they've done the exact opposite. They've lost the game, look lethargic or whatever. Help us out, man. Help us out. Tell us it's going to be different tonight.
Yeah, you want me to make promises like, you want me to be like one of those crooked preachers, sell you on a hope, and I can't make that promise. I can't make that promise. I have no idea what to see. Every time you think, okay, they got it, they go out there and it's like, So, I mean, I believe you'll get a good effort. I don't know if they'll win, but to me, it's about how they play. If they come out and play the right way, play with the level of urgency and effort, I think you live with the result. But don't go out there and get down by 55 points.
Yeah,
please don't.
Yeah, and the one thing that has been the case with this group, again, for whatever reason, the effort has been there.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, for the most part, I think there's maybe 2 or 3 games where I just kind of said, "What was that?" I mean, that Utah game, the Detroit, the Corey Joseph bully game. I mean, those were a couple of games where I just said, "What is wrong?" I mean, this is ridiculous. But for the most part, I don't think you can really question their effort. You can question other things, whether it was they know what they're doing, was the roster just not good enough. But I think this group will go out there and play with the right level of effort. And it's not like the Spurs are just rolling through the league right now. This isn't, they're not coming out there with Duncan Ginobili and Tony Parker. I mean, they've got a killer schedule to end this season.
Yep.
So, New Orleans has injury issues galore now. So why not go ahead and mess up my plans for May? And
there you go.
Yeah, I would fully support that because I've never covered a playoff game. Well, not a Kings playoff game in the last. Yeah, I did years ago, but I don't really count that. I mean, it's the person covering the team full time. I've never done it. So if they want to ruin my plans to be kicking it on May 17th, I wouldn't oppose that at all. I think it'd be good for the group too, just to at least taste that. And I think we see it with Phoenix, what just having some late season success did for them. Well, also Chris Paul, but I just think that group gained a lot from just getting some good play in games that mattered to the opponent.
Well,
Jason Jones, go ahead.
Hey, just breaking news. I'm saying it right now. Tuesday morning, JC Vibes. Let's go. Set your calendars. Tuesday morning, you'll have it. Let's go.
Look at one host of the J Street Vibes doesn't make promises he can't keep, but the other one does. That's Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate you so much.
No problem. Anytime, guys.
All right, that's our man, Jason Jones with the TV that just drops Jay-Z records in the middle of conversations. Man, can't be mad at that. I got to get me a TV like that, man. As we roll along here and start to wrap things up. We'll get to Kenny's keys to a Kings victory coming up here in just a couple of minutes as well. But it's good to know because I've been wondering this. We really haven't. Normally, when we talk to like a Jason Jones or James Ham, something like that, there's like a story out there. There's like a meaty story, like what's happening. We kind of need the dirt. We kind of need the insight. This is more along the lines of like, why are these things happening? You know what I mean? Like what's jumping off with the team right now? And it's good to know that he is just as baffled as the rest of us are as to why this came. I don't know. I have no idea. It's confusing to me too. I'm all for it. We're all here for it. But the people in the chat, Kings fans, people listening, we've been watching this team for years upon years upon years upon years, and we have absolutely no explanation as to why what we are currently seeing is happening.
No clue. No clue. I just need it to keep happening, though. I do need that.
Give us a couple more of these, man. Let's make the last week of the regular season fun.
Do it.
Make the last week of the regular season fun.
Let's go.
Yeah, and with Zion Williamson now out probably for the rest of the regular season. Again, it's not a catastrophic injury. It's a frustrating injury that he's got to heal from. He's going to have a full off season. Like he's going to be fine. He's just going to miss a couple of games.
He's young.
He'll be fine. That finger will recover for him.
Yeah,
that finger will be just fine. With New Orleans playing on the road, well, if they drop a game here and there and here, this would be a good thing for the Kings. Let's see if they could take advantage of that. And it all starts tonight. We'll get Kenny's keys to a Kings victory coming up in just a couple of minutes as we begin to wrap things up. I do want to check, though, as the weekend approaches.
Yes, sir.
How are y'all feeling about BetQL and in the way the Kings are playing right now with the kind of we've used the term desperate. This is a San Antonio Spurs team. They got to stop the bleeding here.
Mm-hmm.
BetQL don't like this game. I'm going to tell you that. They don't like it. They got a 1-star rating on this one.
Oh, they want no parts of it.
They've got the San Antonio Spurs favored. Bruh. They got the San Antonio Spurs favored in Sacramento.
The disrespect.
By 5.
Right. Kings. Oh, come on.
Come
on.
5.
Well, BetQL, guess what? I don't like the game either. What you talking about, man?
San Antonio Spurs, the over-under right now, 223.5. It says San Antonio is 17-7 in a road game where the total is greater than or equal to 220 while on the road this season. So they like their over-under number, and they like San Antonio on the road. So that's what BetQL says. And to our good partners, our friends, we don't give a damn. We do not give a damn what BetQL thinks about this particular game here. Is they're going with San Antonio by 5.
That's
5.
It's a lot. Not feeling that. Not feeling that at all. Now, let me ask you, Damien, before we get into the keys and all this other stuff. You can't bow out of it. All right. You can't bow out of it.
Oh, Lord.
What do you think is going to happen tonight?
Come on, man.
I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen. But I want to know what you think is gonna happen tonight.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because it's the fan thing. I'm not doing it. You ain't gonna blame me. You're not gonna put this on me. Oh, D'Lo said he was feeling good about the game. You ain't gonna put it on me. If I say I'm feeling bad about it, D'Lo manifested this. Ain't gonna be me. That's how being an irrational fan works. I feel I'll say this though, win or lose, I'll say this. I feel really, really good about the way the team's playing. I feel really good. There's been what Marvin Bagley did against the Pacers was extraordinary. It was such a great effort from him. But it wasn't like this phenomenal superhero thing.
Right.
Like if I told you Marvin Bagley is going to replicate that game, that's not stunning. It's like we're all signing up for it, but it's not like Buddy dropped 50. Right. It's not like Buddy dropped 48, and I'm coming in here and I'm saying KC, Kings fans, Buddy gonna do that again tonight because you're immediately like, come on, man, Buddy ain't gonna do that again. You haven't had any of those games where it feels like it's unbelievable. You haven't had a game where De'Aaron had to score, 26 of the final 28 points. You didn't have a game where, Tyrese had to hit a ridiculous shot from the corner for the Kings to win, or Harrison Barnes had to catch a full court pass, turn around and heave a shot up with 0.8 seconds or whatever was left on the clock. None of that has happened. It's been a solid effort. A really, really, a tremendous performance from Marvin Bagley last game against the Pacers, which I can absolutely see happening again. You've seen good outings across the board. I think we'll see good outings across the board. I think the fact that there has been no superhuman performance, I think the fact that there has been nothing absolutely crazy to happen to them. You remember that we've mentioned the Utah game a couple of times. Remember, headed into that game, Utah was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Utah they needed it, but we went into that game thinking, maybe you could catch Utah right here. They're trying to figure some things out. Maybe they're taking the Sacramento Kings for granted. That didn't happen. And you knew it within the first 2 minutes. It was like, nope, they're ready. They're ready. So it's like, I think though, I don't know whether they're going to win or lose, but I think they're going to be ready to play, and I think we're going to see good performances from the guys that we've seen good performances for. It looks like the lineup is basically the same. We know that De'Aaron's not back, even though he's going to be on the sideline. Harrison Barnes, I think, is doubtful, while Chimezie Metu was questionable. And even if Chimezie is the one who comes back, you don't have to work super hard to get Chimezie involved. Like, we're talking 10 to 12 minutes for him. So it's not as difficult as trying to figure out what you're going to do with Harrison when he comes back, though. Both of those guys will likely be on minute watches when they return. So I'm expecting similar performances that we've seen over the course of the last few games.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Kings are getting blown out tonight. I don't give them a shot. They're losing. Didn't that work on?
It's a defense mechanism.
Oh, it worked on Wednesday. I thought they had no chance against Indiana.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
There again.
I'm all for reverse psychology.
There again.
I'm all for it. It's Utah Jazz 2.0 tonight at the Golden One Center. Where was the Utah Jazz played? Where was that game happening at? The Golden One Center.
That's right. That's right.
Back to the scene of the crime.
Back to the scene of the crime. Get ready for part 2, ladies and gentlemen. Kings don't stand a chance.
Oh man, the outing from the Spurs in the 2 earlier games. I think another thing to look at, like looking at this rationally, you could probably keep this team to the low 100s.
Yeah,
I think like the defensive effort that they put out. I'm not saying you're going 4 straight. Is it 4 straight games? Or 4 straight games under 100 if they do that today. But they scored 120 in the win. They scored 115 in the loss. We know how bad that defense was. The new guys were just here trying, just getting acclimated.
Yeah.
A slightly, as Jill would say, just play slightly below average defense.
Yeah.
Instead of playing way below average defense, you just play slightly below. You hold them to 105, 106. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough.
I think it can be done. Like you, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to win. I don't even know if they're going to come out ready to play or not. I think they are, though. I do think they are. I think they're playing really well. They're playing as a cohesive unit. And one of the things that they're doing that I really like is they're defending. And I think that, for lack of a better word, that travels, that moves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they're locked in defensively. And I plan on seeing a lot of that tonight. Before we start Kenny's keys.
Yeah.
Max was asking for it. Got to give it to him.
I'm going to run wild.
Because I'm ready.
All night long.
I'm ready.
I'm going to be.
You better be ready too.
All night long.
Come on now. Biggest game to go to win in history.
Woo!
Let's go.
I'll throw this out there. If you're not subscribing on YouTube yet or Twitch, you might want to hit the subscribe button, just because who knows? Who knows when you'll get that live? Hit the bell so you get alerted. You get notified when D'Lo and KC. You never know.
You never know.
Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit the bell to get the notifications, whether you're on Twitch or you're on YouTube. That's twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. And it's as simple as this. If the Sacramento Kings want to win the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center, Kenny Caraway will tell them exactly how to do it here.
Ooh, it's time to get in depth, man. It's time to get in depth. Get into these Kenny's keys, man. And I'm gonna tell you off the rip. The first thing that I'm going to need them to do if they want to win this game, they got to jump on these boys early. They got to get on the Spurs early. Last 3 games, losses for the Spurs. Actually, 3 of the last 4 games. They've lost, but they've lost the first quarter. Haven't gotten off to good starts. I think if you can put that doubt in their head early that, oh man, here we go again. We're struggling. I think they can be had. And that's when that defense can suffocate them. So I'm looking for the Kings to win the first quarter. They can win the first quarter. We're in good shape here. Second thing, beat these boys up on the backboards. All right, you got Marvin Bagley back in there. You got Damian Jones, who's doing a good job on the boards. You got Mo Harkless, who's helping out down there. You got Rashaan Holmes. Beat these boys up on the boards. Take care of that, all right? First and foremost, when I think about that, I think about the defensive end. No offensive boards, all right? Take care of the defensive possession by taking care of the boards there. The Spurs, they give up a lot of rebounds to their opponents. They're one of the worst teams in the league at that. Take advantage of that. Win the battle of the boards. Last but not least, you got to protect the ball. The Spurs, they're going to come out ready to play. They're going to come out focused. They're going to come out intense. They're going to come out physical. You got to protect the ball. Kings do a pretty good job of that right now. They're top 10 in the league in taking care of the basketball. They need more of that today. If they can do that, take care of the ball, win the turnover battle by what I mean by that, win the battle of the boards, and then come out on them early. We're talking about the biggest, not just the biggest game. We're going to be talking about the biggest win in the history. If they take care of Kenny Keys, believe that.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Well, I wish it was a 4:00 game, but it's not. Like it's a home game, so we still got a little ways to go.
Rile it up.
We got
on deck.
Oh, best believe during the show, my little plans for the cocktail arrive, man. It is about to go down here. Appreciate McQueen and the Violet Fog, Sovereign Brands. Oh, speaking of Sovereign Brands, speaking of Luke Belair, we got something for y'all next week. We got something for y'all next week. Yeah, baby. Make sure you're locked in here, especially on the chat, especially on the live stream, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We've got something for you, and it's going to be pretty dope, man. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you so much for tuning in this week. Again, subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Subscribe to the Twitch channel as well. If you missed any part of today's show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app or check out the podcast on Odyssey, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever your favorite podcast platform is. And make sure that you are back with us here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
Thank you. Because it was trying to work its way. It's trying to work its way out. We got promos to do. Okay.
All right.
Oh man, y'all were in here on a Friday, man. That is legit. We even got got a good number of Twitch users too, man. If y'all ain't subscribers yet, can you be subscribers over there on Twitch? Get in there, man. Get on that. And maybe head over to thedopeones.com. Who knows what'll be there?
Yeah, go.
Dude, that's real talk.
I'm about to do my little shopping real quick so I can get back here. I need the pregame.
Oh yeah. Believe that. It is happening. I've been waiting.
Do your thing, big dog. Do your thing, man.
Yeah, hey, Kyron, I got your message. I'll listen to it this weekend, man. I promise. I'll send you some notes. Like I'll listen to it this weekend.
No.
Get back to that work. And if y'all didn't see it, put it back out here for you. Shopthedopeones.com.
I told Donnie we ain't even hit that Twitter yet, and it's buzzing. He said it's buzzing right now. Y'all better.
They got all these different colors. Ooh, boy, we told y'all this been in the works for a while. Got crew necks, got stickers. You know they got hoodies up in here. Hoodie crew. Yeah, boy, get a t-shirt, cut the sleeves off it. You know how we do. I'm about to go spend a bunch of money, aren't I? That's a smart move by Donnie to put this stuff on there because he knows I'm gonna go spend a bunch of money.
Oh, for sure.
Look at how pretty. Look at y'all need this. Y'all need this, man. Get on it.
These are fresh today.
Oh, they got up. Y'all Kings fans, they got a purple in here.
Ooh.
Y'all see the website? Boom. Get on it, baby. Get on it. Shopthedopeones.com.
Let them know we out here, man. Let them know.
Let them know your favorite radio show, man. Don't be bashful. Don't be bashful. Let them know.
Chill, man. Chill. Chill.
Hey, we'll get her one. That's okay. We'll get her one. We got we got everybody. We'll send her one. Yeah. Okay, Cole. Yeah, and when y'all get them in the mail, you gotta get the pics.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you got to get the pics.
You already know what that is.
Yeah, man. Thank y'all for supporting us, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate it. You have to buy your own shirts. Well, I mean, Donnie got to run a business. I mean, damn. Like, man. Donnie takes good care of us, but we support businesses.
Hey.
Let's go.
Hey, appreciate you, girl.
DC. Hey, I got people in DC.
Mm-hmm.
Tara, you rocked it. You might get stopped in the street like, yo.
Hey, if you head over to Baltimore, if you head over to Bmore, you might get stopped in the street.
I'm saying. We'll put the link out there on Twitter, man. We'll do that. We'll do that for sure.
We gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this too. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right now we'll just get it. Right now we'll just get a onesie and put a sticker on it. But until then,
we love the kids.
We'll We'll get that. We'll get that. Oh, man, we appreciate y'all. What do you
go?
Oh, what's that? No one, man. That's funny. That's funny.
How did we start the show? You
roll your sleeves down to roll your sleeves down to your freaking wrists. Because Anaheim, Southern California, has a beautiful place. We going to Anaheim. We got great golf courses. Sacramento could have done better. Sacramento had ample time to fix this. Hey, it's not Anaheim anymore. Oh, where are we going? Seattle. See, what had happened is I thought I was going to keep my job. But since I'm not, let's roll our sleeves up to our freaking neck and try to save stuff. Because I love Sacramento a lot.
Oh man!
When they threw my ass out of here, I went straight to Florida. That's what I heard. Sorry, I'll stop it. Kenny did that on purpose. He knew I was gonna do that.
Roll down your sleeves.
Roll down your sleeves to your freaking wrist. We're going to Anaheim, bitches. Let's go. I love Disneyland. I love it. Talking ducks and dogs and mouses. It's great. It'd be a great place for an NBA basketball team.
Oh, that is hilarious. And Anaheim, for what it's worth, would probably be the worst place.
Oh, terrible. Just terrible.
Anaheim is the Angels games. Like I said, it's a library. It's terrible. Nobody in LA would go mess with them at all.
Oh man, yeah, it's such a bad look. Yeah, right. See, y'all wrote me into this because I'm gonna do it every time. He's the one dude that I won, as if there's only one person I'm petty with. Like, come on.
Oh, people are asking for it. Check. I don't need no beat. Check. Kings play the Spurs. It's going down. We ain't playing no game. We go round around the court trying to get these buckets. It's not a game. You know what it is. We getting ducats. Put 2,000 in the G1C so we can make it loud. We ain't trying to do nothing but make you proud. Sacramento proud. You know what it is. I'm speaking like it's Love Jones, but it's really just a Love Jones, basketball Jones, Jim Jones, balling.
Who was talking about you?
He's a real brother. He's a real brother. You see?
He said the people was talking like it was one. It was one person. What he meant to say is the person is asking. The person.
I have to give it to him because he's got maybe one of the top 5 names in the chat.
Oh, definitely.
Max,
there's some good names in here.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. I love that Brian's here for the petty. The guy who jumps in the chat, eviscerates Buddy, and then disappears for a little while. I'm so glad that Brian's here. Brian's here for the petty. Oh man. Appreciate you, Jason.
Jason must love big dog.
Oh man. All right. If you don't, okay, let's not put that one on the screen. Okie dokie. And
oh my gosh. Yo.
What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? See, you forgot to change your avatar too. I get the feeling that this was Greg Foster earlier. You guys are so stupid. Oh man.
Come on, man.
I am crying.
Oh man.
Y'all need look at yo. Y'all need help. Oh, y'all need help. Dude, I swear to you, I'd be thinking the same thing. Like, y'all creating it, like, do you just have a YouTube page that you just change depending on the topic? Like, how do you guys do it so quickly?
When they got your sleeves up in the first 3 minutes of the show, I was like, come on, man, what's going on, man?
Oh, man. Oh, goodness gracious. Woo! Bryce ain't lying. It was like a matter of seconds. I think some of y'all drunk already. I think y'all opened the McQueen a little early. Some of y'all taking this working from home thing. Yo, and it's wild too. It's like 4 something. There's 100 people. There's 115 people still in here. Man, y'all are the freaking best, dude. Y'all are the best.
And right here, man, just give a shout out to our guy Donnie, man. Like that's crazy, man. For me, and I know for you too, but just speaking for me, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? See, my face, my name on a shirt, man, that's crazy, bro. I appreciate that. He didn't have to do that, man, and he put in the work to make the low, all that stuff, man. So
yeah, he did all that stuff, man.
I appreciate you guys like seeing it and without hesitation. Oh, I'm gonna go cop. Like, that's crazy to me, man. I appreciate you guys, man, for real.
Yeah, man. It's dope. It's the dope ones. And it's, Donnie's here. Like he's one of our guys. He's a Sacramento guy. You know what I mean? He's here in the city. He's down the street from me. So y'all are going to support local businesses, man. So that's where it's at. Y'all are so much damn fun. You have no idea how much fun you guys make this show.
I'll be cracking up.
The last 2 days, yesterday with Deuce and Mo, and then today with Marshall and Jason.
Yeah.
Man, we're gonna have some things to talk about here real soon, man, that I'm excited about. And it starts with Sovereign Brands. It starts with Luke Belair next week, man. Yeah, baby.
Ooh,
yeah, baby. We got. I think we get to. You might see something on social media Tuesday. We should probably work something out.
Yeah.
For that. But you'll see it on the show on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot for real.
I like that.
Oh man. All right, let's get out of here. I hate leaving with so many people still watching, man. But I honestly feel like y'all and I kind of feel the same. Like we're just gonna be sitting here for the next 3 hours. Just trying to. Is it time?
Like I said, I'm about to go make these runs. I'm about to go do that, and then I'm coming right back. And like I said, I don't even want to be here for game time. I need to be here 30 minutes earlier. I need a pregame.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And get that McQueen going. Whatever. Yep. Ramsey, we ain't forget. We ain't forget. We working.
Yeah.
Figure some stuff out. But
well, let's do that. Let's do that the week the season ends. Let's all like we had this thing, and I have everybody's like. We're gonna do it our own way. We're gonna try doing something different. Like I have an idea. I know I've gotten a couple from people, but I got an idea. We'll get together. We'll do it. We'll have some fun. Make sure Kenny had sketchy internet today. Sketchy internet for Kenny and Marshall, man. But we made it. So we need y'all to have strong internet. If you need a strong internet, we'll send Manny to see you.
Yeah,
we'll see Manny to make sure that you're all laced up properly.
Oh, I got to say something real quick. Jerry Trap House. I think it's dope you got the cardboard cut out. I think it's time they send it to you. It's time to get the cardboards out of there. We got real people in now. It's time to get the cardboard out.
But not enough.
No, we got enough. We're good.
Not enough. There's not enough people.
Good. I'm sorry, the cutouts were cool, but we got people now. Give them the cutout.
I gotta be honest. We're gonna go. I just want to point out it took me a second to realize why this is so funny.
Come on, man.
It took I saw it and I was just like, and I was like, nope, I get it now. And with that, we're gonna leave.
man.
We're gonna y'all have a great week.
Come on.
y'all have a great weekend.
Oh my God.
And we'll see. Okay, there it is. That's it. That's it. It's
oh my gosh! Come on.
I'm gonna get us in trouble. It's over. See have a great weekend. You never know. We might be back. We'll see you.